skipping it. Kelly for the win. Maryland takes down #1 Virginia.
Handoff goes to Littleton rather quickly. Littleton breaks through into the secondary. Littleton's got room to run. He breaks through. He's at the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Antoine Littleton.
Hart, nice move. Step back three, Hakeem Hart. Oh my goodness! Hakeem Hart just broke the Wisconsin defense and drilled a three.
There's a dish inside May. Jump shot and she scores. Libby May with her 4th goal of the game. And the Terps have their largest lead. It's now 10-6 Maryland.
Johnston takes the kick and chips it home. Into the right-hand corner. An easy goal for Johnston. His 2nd penalty kick goal in as many weeks. And the Terps pull ahead 3-2 with just under 21 to play here at Ludwig.
Now Sam Hoiberg driving in, deflected and stolen away. Collected by Scott. Young coming in.
Love for Scott, who hammers it home. Dante Scott from Jameer Young, and Nebraska needs a timeout.
10 on the shot clock now. Jack Brennan left out. Brennan shot, rips it to the top right corner. Jack Brennan flexes at the Maryland bench. They go up by 5. Running back blinking finish. First down, looking to throw, sending it deep down the field. It is intercepted by Jacorian Bennett. Jacorian Bennett might have just put the Duke's Mayo Bowl on ice for the Maryland Terrapins.
After a pair of conference losses by a mere 7 combined points, it's got to be go time for 4-2 Maryland football. The Terps need just 2 wins in their final 7 games for bowl eligibility, and they could get half of that in California today for their now annual West Coast trip. For the first time ever, Maryland's cross country at the Rose Bowl, facing UCLA, the Cinderella story of college football right now. The Bruins have pulled massive upsets in their last 2 games, rallying around interim coach Tim Skipper. Right outside of LA, it's Maryland at UCLA, with you all night long on WMUC Sports. Alongside my man Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin. It's a pleasure to be with you from Pasadena, California. Daniel, we've been waiting for this one. It's been circled for nearly a year. We finally made it to the Golden State.
We finally made it. We had to travel all the way across this great country, and here we are in Pasadena. We got the mountains in the background. We got this game in front of us on the field as the Terps are running out. UCLA will come out in just a minute. And man, what a game this is going to be. This is going to be a battle of momentum, Ryan. You have the Terps who have lost 2 straight against conference opponents after winning their first Big Ten game. The other side, you have UCLA. They were down in the dumps. They were 0-3. They fired their head coach, and now they've rallied to win 2 of their last 3, including a massive upset against Penn State. This is going to be a fascinating game between 2 teams that normally aren't really contending for that upper echelon of the Big Ten, but they very well could be depending on the result.
Love the point you brought up. You go back to the end of September, where Maryland's 4-0, a big win at Wisconsin, and you look at this one, which was then 3 weeks away, and say, wow, Maryland is going to whoop this 0-4 UCLA squad that didn't even have a single lead yet in any of the games they had played, and Maryland hadn't been trailing at all in any of the games that it had played. All of a sudden, these last 2 games have been a complete flip. Maryland has that loss to Washington, 24-20, a 4-point loss at home to the Huskies. A week later, it's a 3-point loss at home to Dylan Raiola and Nebraska. Meanwhile, you mentioned it, UCLA has pulled off those 2 sensational wins under interim head coach Tim Skipper. Maybe the most famous offensive coordinator of all time, and Jerry Neuheisel will tell his story in his 3rd game leading this Bruin offense, and redshirt sophomore quarterback Nico Iamaleava. But UCLA picks up that win against Penn State. They dominate Michigan State in East Lansing last week. All of a sudden, we got a game here, Daniel, and I'm excited to see what Maryland has, especially against that UCLA offense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because this is a UCLA offense that went through a lot of changes. Obviously, the main one, they bring in this prize transfer in Nico Iamaleava, who's coming back home from Tennessee. He was so good with the Vols last year as a redshirt freshman, but just some stuff happened related to NIL that's simplifying it clearly. But he's came back home here. He's a Long Beach native, and he's balled out here for the Bruins. But they do have a lot of returners on this offense. But On the defensive side, I'm going to be interested to see what this Maryland pass rush can do because they're going to be without big number 9.
No Zahir Mathis for Maryland, who had just won the toss. They defer to the second half, so UCLA back at home will receive to start this game. Your 3-game captains under 7th-year head coach Mike Loxley. It's graduate defensive tackle Cam Rice. It's going to be the redshirt junior punter Bryce McPherson and senior wide receiver Shalik Knotts. Those are the 3 on the field for that one. But you mentioned all that experience with those game captains. Daniel, arguably the 2 best players for Maryland defensively so far this season. Sidney Stewart, the freshman defensive end out of Joppa, Maryland, and then coming out of Pennsylvania, Zahir Mathis was a 4-star, tied with Stewart for the team lead at 4.5 sacks. You're right, no Mathis in this game is going to be huge, especially against this UCLA running game that's really thrived so far during this 2-game win streak.
Yeah, UCLA has this rotation of 3 running backs, and they've all kind of they're not really playing with a vendetta, but they're Big Ten transfers, often coming from smaller conferences. You have a guy like Anthony Woods who dominated in the Big Sky Conference. He's come over. The key stat that I've looked at, Ryan, Anthony Woods, Javion Thomas, Jalen Berger, they all average at least 4.4 yards a carry. If you're over 4, that's good. But this is going to be the challenge today for the Maryland defense. How will they handle this 3-headed monster that the Bruins have?
It's going to be a sight to see Maryland in their road white jerseys, red leggings with the Terps red helmet. They'll be kicking this off with Philip Noyes from right to left. UCLA Bruins in those throwback powder blue uniforms, the gold pants, blue cleats, and those beautiful gold helmets. Here at Pasadena, going from right to left, Philip Noyes kicks off the 35, and we are underway. It's an end-over-end kick. Berger back to reserve. He gets it at 10. Runs past the 15, 20, 25, 25, and 30. 35, misses the tackle with Noyes and pushed out of bounds at the far 40-yard line. It's a great return for UCLA. Bruins will start with this one well up in their own field position. The return goes to Titus Mokiao Atimalala. 30, there it goes for 40 return yards, and here comes the Bruin offense.
We mentioned Nico earlier, and his numbers have been real fantastic. Just over 1,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Get this, he's also their leading rusher.
Yep.
We talked about their great running backs that they have, but Nico has more rushing yards and touchdowns than all of them. 335 rush yards, 4 TDs. Let's see what they do out of the shotgun here on
the
first.
redshirt sophomore out of Long Beach in the shotgun at the 40-yard line. Running back to his right side. In motion, Yamaleva takes a snap. Play action, throws it to the flat, where it is going to be caught. Rico Flores catches it for a gain of 5. UCLA gets half it needs on the first play in this game.
Soft coverage there from the Terps, and this is a secondary we'll talk about later. It's been one of the best in turnovers this season, but against these speedy receivers for UCLA, you just got to give them a little more space.
Ball still on the left hash. Twins to each side for Iamaleava. Running back to his left tip is Jalen Berger. We mentioned the 3 that they use. In the shotgun on 2nd and 5, Iamaleava takes a snap. 3-step drop for a 4-man pressure, throws to left side. It's caught by Berger, but he is taken down hard by Daniel Wingate immediately. It's a gain of 2 on the left flat completion.
And Daniel Wingate, just the latest in this long lineage of great Terps middle linebackers. He's wearing that number 1 this season. He's been their leading tackler, 57 now on the season for Big Dan in the middle, sets up 3rd and short.
And Dick Butkus Award watchlist as a top linebacker in college football. Instead, they'll call it no gain. It's 3rd and 5 again at the left hash. 2 receivers to the right side, 1 alone to the left is Mikey Flores Jr. Now he's in motion from left to right side. Iamaleava in the shotgun. He takes a snap. 3-step drop, looking to right side. Now takes it off and will run right into the teeth of the Maryland defense, where he's taken down quickly. Trey Reddick was the quarterback spy. Tackles down a scrambling Iamaleava after a gain of nothing. And here comes the UCLA punt unit. It's a 3-and-out forced by the Maryland defense.
Well, Terps just did a good job. They kept Nico in the pocket, didn't really give him an easy way to run. Once he left the pocket, the Terps were there. And now that sets up a 3-and-out here. We've seen fake punts from the Bruins just last week with Cole Martin.
It's a 4th and 5. Will Carroll, the junior, the transfer from Tulane, back on to punt. Jaleel Farouk is at his own 10-yard line awaiting the punt. Some action in motion as Maryland stacks the line. No score, 13 minutes, 33 seconds left in the first quarter. Bruins go 3-and-out. Here's the snap back, and it's might be blocked a little bit, but it gets all the way to Farouk. Takes one bounce to the 10-yard line before it's caught there by the returnman. That will be Carter Shop who gets to it. After a punt puts Maryland back into its own 15-yard line. That's where we'll see the Terps offense and true freshman quarterback Malik Washington onto the field for the first time.
And Malik, he's just been, we talk about the maturity all the time with him, and he hasn't had his best games in the past couple of games versus Washington and Nebraska. And Mike Loxley has said that pretty plainly, but we'll see how much maturity does he have here dealing with this adversity. Loxley talked about how young his team is, how they need to respond. We're about to find out.
Back at the 8-yard line, here's the true freshman quarterback from Glen Burnie. He's right under center. DeJuan Williams is in the backfield. Octavian Smith Jr. in motion from left to right. Washington takes a snap. Play action, roll out to the right side. He's got time, now fires it into the flat where it is dropped. Correction, that's off the hands of Nolan Ray, the running back. We do have our first flag of the game. Let's head down to your head referee today. It's Tim O'Day to hear what he has to say on this call. So Octavian Smith Jr., the senior out of Burtonsville, Maryland, was in motion from left to right side. Daniel, they'll say he commits a pass interference, backs the ball up halfway to Maryland's own 4-yard line.
Yeah, rare OPI call. I didn't get a great look, but it's basically just a bootleg. They put Smith in motion. They're all working towards the strong side. I think Malik had Nolan Ray immediately. It would have been a short gain, but instead, he faced a penalty backed up here.
Now it's a 2nd and 14. Hand off to Nolan Ray. He bounces it off the left hip and to the left side where he's swallowed up by 3 UCLA Bruin defenders. Now it becomes a 3rd and 8, Maryland's first 3rd down in this game. Through 6 games so far this season, Maryland's converting just 38% of its 3rd downs as part of this 4-2 start. Now a 3rd and 8 from Maryland's 11-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, Octavian Smith Jr. alone on the left side, 2 to the right. The left tip of Malik Washington, it's DeJuan Williams in the backfield. Washington takes a snap in the shotgun, throws across the right side where it's just dropped incomplete. For a moment it was the UCLA defender and Roderick Pleasant who looks like he had his first career interception. Instead, the transfer from Oregon just bats it away. It's a 3-and-out for Maryland just after UCLA does the same on its first offensive possession.
Yeah, not a good decision from Malik there, but nobody was really open, and this is a UCLA secondary that has a lot of transfers in it. Pleasant is one of them coming over from Oregon, and he almost had a pick there. Terps get a break, trying to pin the Bruins a little bit back here with their first punt.
Here's Bryce McPherson, 2nd-year punter and a game captain this week. He's in his own end zone. Snap is off, punt is off by McPherson. Back on to receive it is Mikey Williams. He lets it take one bounce. Another one at the 40-yard line, rolls past the 30 near the 29 where Octavian Smith Jr. puts a hand to it. That'll be a punt of just close to 60 yards for McPherson. So 3-and-out apiece, 3 minutes into this game. It's Maryland 0, UCLA 0 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Bruins look to put the first offensive points up in this game. Meanwhile, Maryland looks to keep it scoreless. 11 minutes, 50 seconds left in the first quarter. We'll be right back on WMUC Sports. 3 minutes into this game, a possession apiece for the Maryland Terrapins and UCLA Bruins here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. A 3 and out apiece. So still 0-0 with 11:51 left to go in the first frame. Back alongside Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin. And Daniel, this is a Maryland team that's lost each of its last 2 games by a combined 7 points. One thing Maryland does really well defensively is start very well, and they do so again here against the Bruins.
Yeah, you can talk about all they want about, oh, this team allowed 34 points last week, but something that them and Nebraska, who they just lost to, actually have in common is that they're the only 2 teams in the Big Ten to have not allowed an opening drive score. Not a touchdown, not a field goal, nada from the Terps, and they continue that streak here in this game versus UCLA, but the opening drive is gone, and the rest of the quarter is still afoot here, so the Terps got to lock in on defense.
This is a UCLA team as well that struggles to score on its first offensive drives. The Bruins have scored just once so far on its first drive of the season. That was a passing touchdown as part of that big upset win 2 weeks ago versus number 7 Penn State, the first game with new offensive coordinator Jerry Neuheisel. So now make it 1 for the first 7 games for UCLA scoring on its first drive. But Maryland's defense, 7 games, 7 times it's made its opponent not get a first possession touchdown. Scoreless here at UCLA's 30-yard line. Nico Iamaleava in the shotgun. He takes a snap, fakes the handoff, rolls out to the left side, fires deep, and it is dropped in and out of the hands of Titus Mokiao Atimalala. And on the coverage was Lakai Rowland for what would have been a gain of 50 yards. Instead, it's an incomplete pass and brings up its 2nd and 10.
It's a tough throw, but Nico made this one look easy. Moving to his left as a right-handed quarterback, he throws all the way down the field looking for Quasi Gilmer. And, I mean, this was a catchable ball, and he definitely beat Lakai Rowland on that play. Just couldn't haul it in. 2nd and 10.
Iamaleava now 2 for his first 3, 5 yards for the transfer from Tennessee, who was in the college football playoff just last year. Ball at the right hash here on 2nd and 10. Iamaleava takes the snap. He drops it off right across the middle. It's caught by his running back, Javen Thomas, who gets up about 2 yards in between the hashes, tackled right before the 40-yard line for a 3rd and medium. Here's UCLA in the no huddle. Now 2 receivers to the right side. Now Alala alone to the left side. Iamaleava takes a snap to hand off right back to Thomas. He runs right up the middle on 3rd and 1. And tackled down by Ian Thomas in that Maryland defensive line. They will say it's a chain mover. First down of this game earned, and it's on a 2-yard gain by UCLA. Bruins came into this game converting 34% of its 3rd downs so far this year. That's the 6th worst in the Big Ten. Here's the first empty set that we see for Iamaleava. Now he brings Javen Thomas to his right hip on 1st and 10. Iamaleava takes a snap, hands it off to Thomas. Draw right up the middle. It's a gain of about 4 before he's taken down by Maryland. And on the tackle was D.D. Holmes coming off of the left edge.
It's just a regular West Coast offense here that Jerry Neuheisel has been running the past couple of weeks, and that means they're going to be out of the shotgun most of the time. Heavy dose of inside zone. We haven't really seen any outside runs so far. It doesn't mean they're not capable of it, but for this Maryland front, it makes it more difficult to identify if it's a pass or a run when Nico's always in the gun.
Ball square in the middle, scoreless so far, about 5 minutes in. Iamaleava takes a snap in the shotgun, hands it off to Berger this time, puts the left shoulder down, running down the left hash, and he's tackled down at the 50-yard line after another UCLA first down.
It was Daniel Wingate on the tackle again, and this is what these Terps linebackers are going to need to do. They allowed a lot of rushing yards versus Nebraska, and then before that against Washington, and a really good couple of running backs that those 2 teams have, and UCLA is no different. But if the Terps linebackers and D-line can prevent them from getting into that 2nd level, they're going to be much better off.
Check it. It's now a 3rd and 1. Berger was a yard short. Here's Iamaleava in the shotgun. Takes a snap, hands it back off to Berger. He's got the 1st down, running down the left hash. Makes a spin move, but tackled down right before the 40-yard line. It's made by Jalen Husky.
That's exactly what they can't do, right? The announcer's jinx strikes every time. This is a good play. It's just halfback trap. You're going to pull one of the guards. UCLA's offensive line gets a really good push. And Jalen Berger, 6'1", 215. He's no slouch in the backfield. He makes a nice play. Move the chains.
Berger needed a yard on 3rd down. Instead gets 9. It's a 1st and 10 now into Maryland side of the field at the 42-yard line. Ball on the left hash. UCLA 0, Maryland 0. 9.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Flores in motion from the right to left side. Iamaleava in the pistol formation. He takes a snap, fakes the handoff, and instead will give it to Berger. Running down the left side. He's tackled down by D.D. Holmes right past the 40-yard line. Short gain on 1st down. Sets up a 2nd and 7.
D.D. Holmes is one of those guys who's going to have to step up. We mentioned in the open how Zahir Mathis not playing. He normally backs up Sidney Stewart, who's been kind of on and off the field. Stewart out there today, which means they're going to move over Holmes to the other side. And we haven't seen a lot of pass plays from UCLA yet, but those two are going to have to get some pressure on Nico.
Ball at the 39-yard line for Maryland on a 2nd and 7. Here's Iamaleava. UCLA takes the snap. It looks, it's tipped up and just dropped down. Maryland's defensive line gets a tipped pass on the throw from Iamaleava. There's a Bruin down on the play for a 3rd and 7 upcoming. The ball at Maryland's 39-yard line. Down on the play, it's Rico Flores Jr., the transfer from Notre Dame, Daniel, who has played in the last 3 games for UCLA after missing the last 8 of 2024 in the beginning of this season with the torn ACL.
Yeah, it looks like he's up now. I mean, he just got popped on this play. He's running a little bit of a sit-down route in the middle. It might have been Daniel Wingate who just laid him out because the ball was supposed to be coming at him. It was deflected, so it's not illegal contact or pass interference or anything. So good for Flores. He's off the field, and a break for the Bruins. That could have been a pick for the Terps. Fell to the ground. Now it's 3rd down.
So far today, the UCLA Bruins, 2 for 3 on 3rd down, have made back-to-back 3rd and 1s. This is going to be a 3rd and 7, though, with the ball at the left hash at Maryland's 39-yard line. UCLA 0, Maryland 0. 3 receivers to the right side, with Iamaleava in the shotgun. In the backfield with him is Anthony Woods. Iamaleava takes a snap, a 3-step drop, looks and fires across the left side, where it is caught, but for a short gain by Mikey Matthews. In on the tackle is Braden Lee. That one comes ahead of the sticks. It's now decision time for Tim Skipper and this UCLA offense. And they'll bring out the field goal unit for what's going to be a long field goal for Mateen Bagani, the junior out of San Diego. This one's so long that it's Jaleel Farouk, who looks like he's going to try and return it. Instead, now he creeps up to his own 20-yard line for what will be a 55-yard attempt for Mateen Bagani. This would be a new career long. He's hit from 54 before. Here's the ball at the left hash. On this 55-yard try. There's first going to be a whistle down. We'll go down to Tim O'Day. Here he's got it. And you figured that might happen. UCLA takes the delay of game, and here comes Mateen Bagani off the field. Maryland did not jump off sides. Jaleel Farouk returns to his rightful spot as the punt returner, and it looks like UCLA is going to punt this one off with 7.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter, and still no score between UCLA and Maryland.
Yeah, I thought maybe they were going to have Bagani out there. So his season long is 54. He actually holds the career long because he hit from 57 last season. It's a nice day out. There's not a lot of wind. Thought they might give it a try, but they're just going to opt to pin the Terps back like they did last time.
Instead, back to punt is Will Carroll. His first punt went for 47 yards and pinned Maryland at the 8-yard line. Snap is off to Carroll, and the punt is off as well. Farouk waits at his own 10-yard line. He's going to let this one bounce, but it's going to take a UCLA bounce, and this one's going to be spotted off one hop at the 6-yard line. So it'll be Maryland's second offensive possession of the game, and the second one that starts back inside the Terps' 10-yard line. True freshman Malik Washington, and this Maryland offense is backed all the way up to try to put the first points on the board in this game. There's 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first quarter. We're halfway through the opening frame here in Pasadena. We'll be right back for Maryland and UCLA football that you're listening to on WMUC Sports. Back here from Pasadena, California. We're at the Rose Bowl for Maryland's longest road trip of the season. Over 2,700 yards away from College Park, the Terps still scoreless with the UCLA Bruins about halfway through the first quarter. Back alongside Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin here for WMUC Sports. Daniel, UCLA goes a 3-and-out, then Maryland has a 3-and-out, and then forces a UCLA punt. But for Maryland, that first offensive drive got backed up because of that OPI.
Yeah, they called it on Octavian Smith. It's a rare penalty, like I said before, but penalties have been a problem not only this season, but throughout Mike Loxley's tenure. And this season especially, he's talked about how it's a young team, but last week for Nebraska, they had 3 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. They had 8. It tied a season high. It was over 100 penalty yards. You just can't have that. And Mike Loxley acknowledged that this week, and we're just going to have to see. There's already been one, and the Terps are backed up again here. I think you just got to maybe take from what UCLA's been talking about, just using the fundamentals, going back, starting from scratch here, and just trying to get a first down and going forward.
Those penalties have been problematic for Maryland, who's lost a penalty battle in 4 of its first 6 games this season. Of course, the Terps 4-2 so far this year, but coming off of back-to-back losses by a combined 7 points to Washington and Nebraska. Now back on the road, and this one's going to start way backed up as well. Ball back at Maryland's 6-yard line on the right hash. Just about to get started for the Terps' second offensive possession of the day. Maryland 0, UCLA 0, as the Terps break the huddle. It's going to be a quick I formation for Malik Washington. He's under center. Takes a snap, hands it off to DeJuan Williams. Bounces off one tackler, and then brought down right before the 10-yard line on the right side. We've seen Nolan Ray, DeJuan Williams, Mike Loxley, first-year offensive coordinator Pep Hamilton look content to use both backs.
Yeah, this was something that we talked about earlier, and Nolan Ray played really well last week, but DeJuan Williams did as well. We'll see how they balance the rushing attack.
I formation again with DeJuan Williams dotting it on the right side. It's a 2nd and 7. Malik Washington takes a snap under center. Another handoff to the right side to Williams, but he's stuffed by this UCLA defensive line. Getting in on the tackle is Anthony Jones, the transfer from Michigan State.
There's a lot of Michigan ties on this UCLA team, one on offense, one on defense, with Anthony Jones, who has a sack and a half this season. And once again, if you're Maryland, you just have to be able to convert these 3rd downs. You're backed up, but you need a little bit of momentum to get started here.
Here's a 3rd and 7. UCLA shows a nickel package to bring an extra defensive back. In the shotgun, Malik Washington takes a snap, faces pressure, throws it across the right side. It's caught by Shalik Knox, running to the 20, and he's going to be pulled out of bounds, but not before getting the first down for Maryland. It's a first catch for Shalik Knox. He's brought down by the Big Ten tackle leader in John Vaughns, but it goes for a gain of 16 and a Maryland first down. Now ball at the left hash, still scoreless between the Terps and the Bruins. Under 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Trips right. In the backfield, it's going to be DeJuan Williams in the shotgun. Washington takes a snap, faces a 4-man rush, throws it across the middle, but it's deflected away. He was looking for Octavian Smith Jr. for what would be a gain of about 20. Instead, it's Cole Martin, the transfer from Arizona State, whose dad Demetrius, who they call Meat, is the secondary coach. He deflects it away for now a 2nd and 10.
I thought maybe the Terps were going to get a DPI call on this one, as Martin didn't really have his head turned around, but he deflected the ball there. Not a bad read by Malik, but good coverage from the Bruins.
Here's trips right again. Lone receiver on the left side is Shalik Knox. In the shotgun, Washington takes a snap, play action, throws it Knox across the middle. Past the 40, 40, 50, 45, and it's Knox who's finally brought down into UCLA's side of the field. 2 completions to Shalik Knox within 3 plays. This one puts Maryland into plus territory. It'll officially go as a gain of 32 yards. Ball into the right hash now for a new set of downs.
Talk about a guy who really has needed to get going. Knox in these last couple of games has been pretty quiet, but he was really good to start off the season. Had a touchdown in the first 4 games. Malik finds him on a really nice RPO.
Now a bunch set for Washington. On the right hash, takes a snap, fakes the handoff, instead gives it in motion to Octavian Smith Jr. Past the 40-yard line, but he's taken down quickly by UCLA's Roderick Pleasant after a short gain. For Octavian Smith Jr., it's his 3rd carry so far this season. He goes for a short gain of 5 yards. Brings up a 2nd and 5 at UCLA's 38.
This is what I really like about Pep Hamilton's offense. You're making it easy for Malik. You're not asking him to do the difficult throws all the time. Just put the ball in the hands of your playmakers there, just like what he did with Knotts in that last play, and that's what he did with Ock on that first down.
Maryland now driving, 6 plays, 56 yards so far in this drive. Scoreless against UCLA. Now Washington under center with Williams in the backfield at the left hash. Washington takes a snap, hands it off to Williams right up the middle. Now bounces it down the left side, but gets tripped up trying to run behind his left tackle. All season it's been Ratrell Perry. He's taken down by a couple of Bruins. After a gain of 2, it's a 3rd and 3.
I really wanted Dewan to bounce that to the outside there. I wasn't sure if Perry was going to set the edge, but it might have been worth a try. He opted to just go right up the middle. Still gets a couple yards, sets up 3rd and manageable here as the clock winds under 4 minutes.
Terps 1 for 2 so far today on 3rd down. Did have that 30-plus yard completion to Shalik Knotts. 2 receivers to each side. DeJuan Williams at the left hip of Washington. Here's a 3rd and 5. 3rd and 3 at the 38. Washington faces pressure, will step up in the pocket, runs down left side, dives for the first down near the near sideline, and he's going to get it. The true freshman signal caller, unafraid to take off and run. Now it's a new set of downs for Maryland, 1st and 10 from UCLA's 32.
Well, if you stayed up late and watched our post in and out report last night, I talked about getting Malik in and out of the pocket, using his legs more. He does just that.
In the shotgun, Washington takes his snap, hands it off to Williams, but he is brought down in the backfield. Best tackle so far today by a UCLA Bruin goes to Kayshawn Bennett, the redshirt senior and transfer from Michigan. Lead Maryland to a loss of 3. Now it's going to be 2nd and 13 for Maryland's 34-yard line. Terps looking to score the first points in this game with under 3 minutes left in the first quarter. 3 receivers to the right side. I think Washington will come have a word with his only receiver on the left side. That's Shalik Knotts. He's got the only 2 Washington completions today for 48 yards. DeJuan Williams on his left hip. Here's Washington in the shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the 2nd and 13 snap, looks and fires to the right side. It's caught on the flat by Jaleel Farouk. Tackled down immediately after catching it by Scooter Jackson. Junior defensive back makes it a 2nd consecutive 3rd down for Maryland. This one's going to be a 3rd and 9 at UCLA's 30-yard line.
Yeah, so if you're Malik, a scramble might not help you. You got to let it rip here. Terps just going to go no huddle.
Gain of 4 yards to Farouk. 2 receivers to each side. In the shotgun formation, Washington is calling every single play. The freshman from Glen Burnie. He's got the St. Francis product. DeJuan Williams at his right hip. As the UCLA section here at the Rose Bowl makes some noise. Here's a 3rd and 9. Washington faces pressure, throws it to the left side. It's caught by Caleb Webb. Puts the right shoulder down, tries to dive for the first down near the near numbers. He's going to be just short, it looks like. Should be 4th and 1. Instead, that last extension by the Tennessee transfer leads to a 3rd consecutive 3rd down conversion for Maryland. They're going to move the sticks here as the ball is now at UCLA's 20-yard line.
I love this. This is just really well done by the Maryland offensive line. They pick up the blitz, find Webb underneath. The near line judge called him short. The far one said he got the first down. He got overruled, moves the chains.
O'Day now on, Farouk down to the sidelines. Here's a 1st and 10, Nolan Ray in the backfield. Washington takes a snap, play action, throws it across the middle, and it's deflected at the line and drops incomplete. Isaiah Chisholm, redshirt sophomore linebacker and transfer from Ohio State, got his glove to it. And it drops incomplete right in the middle of the field to set up a 2nd and 10 at the 20.
Well, Malik's lucky that this ball got bounced at the line because he was looking for Knotts, but he was throwing it right into double coverage. That could have been bad here. Instead, lived to fight another down on 2nd and 10.
Final 73 seconds of this first quarter. No score between Maryland and UCLA, but the Terps are driving and have the ball at the red zone. Under center, Washington takes it on 2nd and 10. Hand off to Nolan Ray down the left side. He's tackled right before the 15-yard line. Sets up a 3rd and manageable into UCLA's red zone. A minute left in the first quarter. It's a 3rd and 7. The Terps so far this season have scored 14 times in 17 red zone trips. Only half of those have been touchdowns so far this year. 3rd and 7 with the ball at the left hash. Octavian Smith Jr. and Dorian Fleming to the left side. At the left tip of Washington, it's the running back Nolan Ray. 2 receivers up top with Knotts and Farouk in the shotgun. Washington takes a snap, faces a 4-man pressure, rolls out to his right side, throws it to end zone, and it's incomplete. There's flags on the play, though, as the pass was intended for Shalik Knotts. Could this be a pass interference against UCLA to keep this drive going? We'll send it to Tim O'Day. So it was Roderick Pleasant who was chasing Shalik Knotts to the far right pylon. So it would be a 4th and 7 at UCLA's 17-yard line. Instead becomes a 1st and goal for the Terps. Ball moves up all the way to the 3-yard line. Right at the 2-yard line. Bunch set for the Terps. Washington under center, looking for the first score in this game. Got DeJuan Williams in the backfield. Washington takes a snap, hands it off to Williams on the right side, tries to put the shoulder down, but he's going to be stuffed by the UCLA defensive line. Maryland tries to punch it in on 1st and goal. It's a loss of 1 for DeJuan Williams. Now it's 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line. That'll be the last play of the first quarter. Maryland doesn't need to get another play off. The Terps will walk the 97 yards from the left side to the right side. Maryland will go from left to right when we pick it up here in the second quarter here in Pasadena, California. We're scoreless through a first frame between UCLA and Maryland. We'll talk to you second at the Rose Bowl. Can't believe we're here, but we'll have you next on WMUC Sports. Back with the start of the second quarter in Pasadena, California, at the Rose Bowl for this Game 7 matchup between the UCLA Bruins and the visiting Maryland Terrapins. First 15 minutes of play, some offense, but no score to show for it between Maryland and UCLA. That all can change in just one play. Maryland has a 2nd and goal at UCLA's 3-yard line. Back alongside Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin. Daniel, this is a Maryland drive that's been slow, creative. 3 third-down conversions have Maryland at the edge of the goal line.
Yeah, how do you respond to getting stuffed at your own goal line for the first time in the game? Well, you respond with a 14-play, 91-yard drive that hasn't ended yet. It's going to be the 15th play, and they almost have taken half a quarter off the clock. 7:20 has surpassed while the Terps have had the ball here. They have a chance to cap it off with the game's first score, knocking on the door here of the Bruins at the 3.
Partner, how about this? This is already the longest drive by yardage that UCLA has given up so far this season. We're 91 yards and counting for this Maryland offense, which is better than the 81 yards that the Utah Utes had against this UCLA defense way back in week 1. That time the calendar read August. Now in the middle of October, Maryland has a chance to extend that and have the longest drive against UCLA this season. It also put up its first points in this game, which have been so important for the Terps through 6 games.
Yeah, and the Terps, we talked about earlier how they didn't allow scores on their opening drive, but now this is where they got to finish it off here, so close to the goal.
Maryland breaks the huddle. Malik Washington under center in the middle of the field. Second and goal from the 3. It's a pitch out to the right side with DeJuan Williams, but he's going to be taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Cole Martin again flew into the backfield. Pitch out to the right side with DeJuan Williams did not fool the redshirt sophomore, who's based right out of here in Pasadena. It goes as a loss of 3. Now a third and goal from the right hash and ball at UCLA's 6-yard line.
Yeah, something that might be giving the Terps trouble. Remember, Leon Houghton's not playing in this game. You're down a backup tight end. When you try to go with those bigger packages, it's a different group out there.
Trips to the left side. Shalik Knotts alone to the right side. DeJuan Williams was at the right hip, now motion out to the left side. An empty backfield and a shotgun for Malik Washington. Third and goal from the 6-yard line. Washington claps his hands, takes a snap, a fade on the right side to Knotts, and it's incomplete. Just looking for a senior wide receiver, and Shalik Knotts instead in coverage. It was well defended by Aaron Williams, the transfer out of Louisville. He gets to it. Here comes on the Maryland field goal for a trip shot with Sean O'Hare.
Yeah, I mean, Malik did this about as well as you could. It's just not exactly a back shoulder fade, but a fade. He put it in front of him. Knotts was going to have to make a one-handed catch, and it looked like for a second he might have pulled it down. Just tough luck for the Terps, but have an opportunity to take the lead here.
Just a 24-yard field goal now for Sean O'Hare. Bryce McPherson, the holder. Ethan Go, the snap. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up from O'Hare, and it is good for the Richmond transfer. It now goes to 14 for 16 so far this year. That distance is just about an extra point. Maryland takes the first lead in this game. It's 3-0 Terps over UCLA at the Rose Bowl. We're just 49 seconds into the second quarter, and the Terps will go back to playing defense, something they've done so well so far. Right on the other side of this break, it's the UCLA offense, and Nico Iamaleava will have you back in 1 second, where Daniel Stein will take over play-by-play right here on WMUC Sports.
Welcome back to Pasadena here, as it's 3-0 Terps after a mammoth drive catapulted them into the lead. Not a touchdown, but a field goal just 24 yards out, and now they will kick it back to Nico Iamaleava and the Bruins, looking to claim the lead for themselves here. Daniel Stein alongside Ryan Martin here for this trip across the coast here to the west. Philip Noyes to kick it away for the Terps. But how about that drive? 17 plays, 88 yards. Just the Terps taking off clock.
That's what the methodical drive that you wanted to see if you're a Maryland fan. Maryland has 5 first downs on that. They really benefited from the defensive pass interference as well that goes against Pleasant in the end zone. So Maryland took what UCLA gives, but if you're the Terps, you want to see that 17-play drive end at 7 points, not 3.
So Noyes will kick it away, 2 back for the Bruins. It will be taken at about the 8-yard line. Crossing the 20 and heading north of the 25 before getting pushed out of bounds at the 27 is Titus Mokiao Atimalala for the Bruins. And we'll see Yamaleava and company for the first time in the second quarter. Nico today 4 of 6 for just 17 yards. Does have a passer rating of 90 if that's worth anything. But 22 yards on the ground for UCLA, 39 total yards. This Maryland offense, or the defense I should say, has really stood up against the Bruins. But a new drive here. Starts at the 29, shotgun set, running back at each hip of Yamaleava. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. He fires, pass is caught, thrown down to the ground by Jamari Glasker is Quasi Gilmer. The sophomore out of LA picks up a sizable gain on first. They'll make it 2nd and short here.
Yeah, for Gilmer, he's the wide receiver 1 in this offense, and now he has 17 straight games with a catch to lead all UCLA Bruins. Especially during this 2-game win streak, Yamaleava has looked Gilmer's way.
27th catch of the season for Gilmer, over 300 yards. Shotgun set on 2nd down and 5 for UCLA. Heavy set comes in for the Terps. They hand it off to the left side, and crossing the 36 is the back for the Bruins. It's going to be 3rd and short. And the Bruins will go no huddle here. They'll make it 3rd down and 3. So is Anthony Woods on the carry. They're going to bring Mokiao Atimalala back into the game. They'll take out the tight end Hudson Habermel. Terps will do some substitutions of their own, trying to get Neo Avery off the field. He'll stay on. Terps still trying to make their substitutions here, but UCLA can't snap it. 3rd down and 3, shotgun set. 3 receivers to the right for Nico. Takes the snap, looks right. Yamaleava throws wide open on the check down, making the catch and making a man miss is Mokiao Atimalala, taken down at the 45, moves the chains for the Bruins. Just blown coverage from the Terps. Levon Scruggs finally got to him.
Yeah, you mentioned how it's Yamaleava who has a lot of completions but not a lot of air yards. That's now 6 for 8 for 31 yards. Yamaleava has the 2nd fewest yards per attempt by a Big Ten starter, which means he loves those checkdowns. There he finds one with Berger for a 1st down.
It's what Jerry Neuheisel talked about, just playing free, just simplifying the game. It's been him and Tim Skipper's message. 1st down and 10, handoff right up the middle. Goes Berger, who breaks through. Berger's still going with it. Terps trying to take him down. They will not. UCLA scores. Anthony Frias the 3rd with a long touchdown to give the Bruins the lead. 6-3 with 12:05 to go in this 2nd quarter. UCLA breaks off a 55-yard run, and the Terps find themselves trailing.
How about the very first carry this season for Anthony Frias III? He was the lead back last year for UCLA, but with those 3-headed monster of Thomas, Woods, and Berger, Frias III has been barely used. That time Neuheisel gives it to him. Great run blocking for a 55-yard touchdown.
Gets this crowd at the Rose Bowl a little bit more rowdy here as the extra point from Bagani is up and through. 7-3. Well, it looked like for a quarter and change that the Maryland defense was just going to keep making UCLA's life miserable, but Nico finds that 1st down to Atimalala, and then the Bruins come back with a 55-yard run right up the middle. We'll take a break here on WMUC Sports and be back for the next Maryland Drive live from Pasadena. So the game's momentum has completely flipped here. The Bruins now lead 7-3, 4-point lead for UCLA. With 90 seconds still in this media timeout, but Maryland now playing from behind for the first time. And Ryan, Mike Loxley talked about how limiting explosives on defense and creating explosives on offense was really the difference in that last game versus Nebraska and Washington. And right there, the Terps defense not able to do its job limiting the explosives.
That's exactly what happened, and it comes from a running back who you didn't think would really make a factor in that ball. Anthony Frias II has his first career touchdown as a Bruin with the Kansas State transfer and redshirt senior out of Turlock. You got that three-headed monster, right? Of Thomas, Woods, Jalen Berger had 3 touchdowns a week ago against his former team in Michigan State. But you're right, it's been those explosive runs that Maryland hasn't found so far this year, but UCLA has. That run of 55 yards actually was more than Frias so far has had as a Bruin, the 47 he had before that. But that is now the 14th explosive run so far of the year for UCLA, runs over 20 yards or more. And Maryland's only had one, the 28-yard touchdown by Nolan Ray a week ago against Nebraska. So Maryland needs to do a better job both defending those kind of big runs. We saw Emmett Johnson in Nebraska have those against Maryland last week. But now we see Maryland's offense take the field. How can the Terps create some big plays in the run game of their own?
I mean, they had that droning drive last time out. It went 17 plays. They went 88 yards, but they couldn't cash it in. They were at the 2-yard line on first down. Bruins held them to a field goal. Now it's Maryland's turn to respond here as Bagani will kick it away. A couple men back deep for the Terps in need of a response. It's Iverson Howard back, the freshman runner, to receive. This Rose Bowl crowd has settled in. I mean, this is one of the biggest stadiums you'll see in college football. It seats over 100,000 people. There's a considerable amount of people here, and yet there is still plenty of empty seats. That doesn't mean that it's quiet, though. This place was rocking when Frias scored. Here's the kick away from Bagani. Howard will just let it go through the end zone for a touchback, and that's where we will see Malik Washington and the Terps offense. Washington, of course, one of the 3 Terps that were named to that midseason All-American list. Sidney Stewart, Zahir Mathis also on that list as well. And Washington was showing some of that freshman All-American talent, but just couldn't punch it in on that last drive.
This is a special Maryland freshman class. You know, Messiah Del Home factors into that defensively as well. Terps had a nation-leading 3 members on that on-3 midseason All-American team because freshmen like Washington have been great.
Under center, Washington will motion Fleming to the hip of the left tackle. It's going to be a flea flicker. Washington going deep down the field looking for Caleb Webb. It is incomplete, almost intercepted. Key Lawrence was sitting there as Malik has thrown it into double coverage a couple of times in this game. And it falls harmlessly to the ground, but big sigh of relief for the Terps. 2nd and 10 now from the 25.
That would have been a gain of 55 yards just following the 55-yard touchdown by UCLA. Pep Hamilton and his Maryland offense wanted it all right there. I think that was a really dangerous pass thrown by Washington that maybe should have been intercepted by Lawrence.
Motion Nolan Ray into the backfield. 2nd down and 10. Bunch right out of the shotgun. Washington, screen pass. Jalil Farouk's got a pair of blockers. Crosses the 30. And is hit hard at the 32 by Key Lawrence. Making plays on the field as Scooter Jackson was in there as well. Once again, though, 3rd and long coming up here. We've seen the Terps convert them a couple of times. They've also gotten some help on the penalties, but both teams 3 of 5 on 3rd down conversions in this game. Terps right now at the 32. 3rd down and 3. Terps personnel moving around. Washington's in the shotgun. Tight shotgun set with Farouk moving to the far side. Washington takes the snap, looks around, steps up, fires, incomplete. Boy, he could have run for that first down. He instead threw it into the ground. He was looking for Nolan Ray, and the Terps will punt. So even after getting that good gain on 2nd, Terps not able to convert, and they'll give it back to the Bruins.
And now make Malik Washington 5 of 12 passing so far early into this game. It's been good coverage by the UCLA secondary, who shut down Drew Aller. Last week shut down Aiden Childs of Michigan State. But Washington just can't find those plays, especially on 3rd down.
We'll see McPherson the punt again. His first punt was almost blocked. This is a good one, tailing towards the near side. Takes a good Terps bounce and rolls out inside the 10. So Terps just opt to play the field position game here and will pin Iamaleava and the UCLA offense inside their own red zone. We'll step aside here from WMUC. 7-3, UCLA leads with 11:05 to go in the second quarter. Live from Pasadena here, overlooking the mountains in the beautiful Rose Bowl Stadium. UCLA getting ready to get back on offense, already up 7-3 over the Maryland Terrapins. And UCLA, they started out this season coached by Deshaun Foster. After 3 games, he was no longer employed with the team. In stepped Tim Skipper, who was the special assistant to the head coach. This was his first introduction to UCLA. And, you know, when you listen to his press conferences and just watch his demeanor, he's got a real energy to him. He's always smiling, very nice to everyone. And he was even getting in his Mike Loxley bag talking about the standard of UCLA football is the standard. And I think that his message has just been really simple. Just playing free, simplifying the game, not trying to do too much. So far, it's worked wonders for this team.
I love what his tight end Hudson Habermill was saying, where he's just saying football's now fun. Like, this has been a complete culture flip from what they saw out of Deshaun Foster, who went 5-10 over that season and change that he had. So you bring in Tim Skipper, someone who has not had a single player hit the transfer portal, right? They've had all of these players, over 109 players on the roster. That 30-day window has now closed. Players are not entering the transfer portal because they're buying into the culture that Tim Skipper has, that offensive play caller Jerry Neuheisel has these last 2 weeks. How about defensive coordinator as well as Kevin Coyle, a former defensive coordinator with Maryland back in the 90s. He's really led this team so far, and it's all about the culture that Skipper has reset.
If there's anything that he hasn't done, it's been overthinking it. He's talked about how, oh, is it a scheme change? He said it's fundamentals, not scheme. They asked him what was the first thing he changed taking over the head coach, and he said, we just had to clean up the locker room. Yeah. That's been the approach, been very simple, and so far it's worked. UCLA has the lead. They start from inside their own 10. Iamaleava had to motion out. It's actually a direct snap to Jalen Berger, who picks up about 5, gets halfway to the sticks. Second down and medium coming up here for UCLA. So Terps ran a Wildcat, now UCLA runs one.
Just talked about Neuheisel and Tim Skipper, who Mike Loxley says is playing with house money. Not a lot of expectations when you're the interim head coach. They like to run that Wildcat a little bit. Berger scored against his former team in Michigan State out of the Wildcat last week, but this one only goes for a gain of 5.
UCLA comes out in the pistol here. Both receivers to the right of the line. Berger still the back. Put a man in motion. Iamaleava hands it off. Berger tried to break a tackle. He was stood up. Daniel Wingate able to bring him down at the 14. Short gain. We'll set up 3rd and 3 here with 10 minutes and change to go in the second quarter. Bruins offense going to go quickly. Now they opt to huddle as Berger will come out. Terps get ready for a big 3rd down here. UCLA in this game 3 for 5 on 3rd down. Slightly better than the Terps, were 3 of 6. Shotgun set for Nico. 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. 1 running back to his left as well. Good protection for Nico. He now runs out of the pocket. Looking for that 1st down, makes a move on Wingate. Flag is down. He's tackled just north of the 20-yard line. Got enough for the first down, but we'll check the flag here.
Even with Maryland pointing towards UCLA, I think it's going to go as a hold.
So they get Cortland Ford, the left tackle transfer from Kentucky. We got to deal with Sidney Stewart on that edge. That's going to be tough. He was actually dealing with D.D. Holmes there. He commits the infraction, sets UCLA back.
That's a Maryland run defense that's really struggled again these last couple weeks, both in the running game, but also the missed tackles, where they had a season-high 24 missed tackles. That's by 13 players and 10 of 11 starters a week ago. Sometimes just going to take what an offensive line gives you, just like there on the hold.
3rd and 10 now. Ball spotted at the 7. Snap is off. Yamaliava in his own end zone dumps it off. Making the catch is Frias, but he is dragged out of bounds by Trey Reddick. He's one of those outside linebackers, especially when without Zahir Mathis. Reddick is kind of a Swiss Army knife. You've seen him rush the passer before, but he's also been really good in the open field. Makes the tackle there, and the Terps get the stop.
Yeah, Reddick, a DMV guy out of Hampton, Virginia, and Phoebus High School in Virginia. He's felt some penalty trouble the last couple of weeks, but he's just someone who's flying all over the field and makes a tackle on that play after it was a missed tackle. Shook by Frias.
Will Carroll will come out to punt here with Farouk back standing at the 46. He's going to have to punt it from his own end zone. We've seen some special team success from the Terps in the return game as Carroll gets it away. Farouk makes the catch in UCLA territory, makes a cut, advances to the 43, and Malik will have great field position for his offense here with 6:30 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break here on WMUC Sports as the Terps look to climb back into the lead. Seven to 3, the Terps behind by 4 here as the second quarter reaches the midpoint. Daniel Stein alongside Ryan Martin live from the Rose Bowl, but this is the first time that Maryland has been to this historic stadium. They've actually played UCLA a couple of times, but the last time these two teams faced off, Ryan, it was when Eisenhower was president.
1955, exactly 70 years ago, like you bring in the presidency there. It was Maryland who pulled off a 7-0 win over UCLA back when both teams were actually both top 6 teams. Each team played in 1955 and 1954, splitting the series one apiece. But yeah, it's our first time, Maryland football's first time at the Rose Bowl. 105 years, 5 Super Bowls. This historic stadium's seen a little bit of everything, Daniel.
And that last game, you wonder who won that game. It was Maryland by a score of whopping 7-0.
Yeah.
So very low scoring game. Oh, how times have changed. Terps have really good field position to start things off at the UCLA 42. Iverson Howard in the backfield with Malik Washington under center. I formation for the Terps with a receiver on the left side. They're going to put A.J. Szymanski in motion here. They'll do the same thing with Dorian Fleming. Just Washington and Howard in the backfield. Washington hands it off. Here goes Iverson. He is dragged down. He might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage as UCLA just came unblocked off that right side. They will set up second down and long. So that was Jalen Woods coming off the near side to make the tackle.
Almost every week in the Big Ten play, they're using Iverson Howard more, the freshman out of Gaithersburg, who was a Quince Orchard Cougar this time last year.
Shotgun set from Malik. Now a smaller package for the Terps. Two receivers on each side. Washington drops back to pass, throws towards the flat. It is caught. Across the 40 goes Octavian Smith Jr. We'll set up third down as Cole Martin brings him down, the Arizona State transfer. You talked about, Ryan, how his father coaches here at UCLA in his position group in that safety spot. This is the UCLA secondary, very new from last year. Terps going no huddle, third down and 8 at the 40-yard line. To really hear this crowd now. 4 receivers set for the Terps, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. One running back in the backfield as Malik claps his hands from the shotgun. He rolls right, looks down the field. It is incomplete. Was looking for Shalik Knotts. Good protection everywhere from this UCLA defense. And that will set up another Terps punt here.
It's a second straight third down that Maryland fails to convert as Washington looks for Shalik Knotts. And that was really good coverage by Roderick Pleasant on that play, but Maryland now comes 3 and out after getting really good field position too. This can't happen for a team that punts more than any other team in the Big Ten.
Anytime you're punting from inside the opposing team's 45-yard line, just it's going to leave a real sour taste in the mouth of the coaches. McPherson, his third punt of the day, is out of bounds inside the 10. Be interesting to see where they spot it. Either way, McPherson has been good in pinning the Bruins in, but the Terps offense has been less than that. On that last play, just looking at it on the replay board, just Washington set his feet there, but he just missed the throws behind Knotts. It hit him in his hand as he was working across the field, and I'm not sure if he would have gotten that first if you hit him in stride anyway, but those are the throws that you expect even your freshman quarterback to make.
Yeah, and that's something that Malik Washington has shown, that he's a human, right? He's a true freshman, especially over these last 2 weeks and change against Washington, Nebraska, and here against UCLA, just not having the right decision making. That's tough going against this UCLA secondary.
Bruins will get it at the 10. Imaliava and company back out there in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. They hand it off, and the Terps are there. Running into a crowd of red and white was Woods. He was tackled by Neo Avery. A short gain, second down and 9 coming up. UCLA ahead in total yards, 120 to 85, but most of that has been on the ground. Of course, the only score in this game up to now has been that 55-yard touchdown from Anthony Frias. And that's where we stand here with 6:53 to go in the second quarter. Maryland down by 4 on WMUC Sports. Thanks for joining us here from the West Coast. Imaliava takes the snap, nowhere to go. He's going to roll back close to his own end zone. Looking for somewhere to go. He's pushed out of bounds just after crossing the line of scrimmage. Good work as Cedric Smith was in there for the Terps. It sets up third down and long. Good protection from the Maryland secondary on that last play, just not letting anyone get open. Imaliava hasn't thrown too many incompletions in this game. 7 of 9, 33 yards. That passer rating over 108. But again, that yard stat has really been big. Just you haven't really seen him rip one down the field. The Terps trying to get it to stay that way. Third down and 7 from the UCLA 13. Clock is stopped at 6:39. Imaliava claps his hands, faces a Terps blitz, and he is almost wrapped up for a minute, and now the Terps are going to get him. Daniel Wingate brought him down around the 9-yard line. And especially with Zahir Mathis out, you'd assume that you'd see Ted Monachino call more blitzes. What happened on that last play?
And then there was, I think, some conversation by Lakai Rowland and Tejas Mokiao Atimalala. This could go as unsportsmanlike or something after the sack.
So we mentioned this earlier, 3 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties against the Terps last week. This one goes against the offense. It's called on Quasi Gilmer. I didn't really get a good look on what happened there, but either way, the sack stands, and the Terps will force another UCLA punt.
I think there's a lot of conversation rolling a little bit, instigating on the near side, and you're right, committing it there was Gilmer. But how about that sack, too, from Daniel Wingate, just his second so far of the year. He had one against Wisconsin, now one against UCLA.
Loss of 4 on that sack. They pin Carroll in, who gets the punt away. Farouk has to really backtrack for it. This is a really solid punt. Farouk just chooses not to catch it, and it rolls to the Maryland 34. Nice job by the Bruins getting out of their own backyard. And the Terps will come back out on offense after the break, still down by 4 here on WMUC Sports. Terps ready to go offensively, still trailing 7-3 from the Rose Bowl. 5:21 to go in the second quarter. They're going to have to start at their own 34-yard line. But if you remember just a couple minutes ago, Will Carroll was punting from his own end zone for UCLA, and then he snapped off a 61-yard punt, which was his longest as a Bruin. You'd think that's his career long, except no. Back when he was down in the Big Easy for Tulane, he had a 78-yard punt. I would really like to roll the tape on that one and see that for myself. But for now, we'll have to just look at the game in front of us here. Terps offense still trying to get going. 85 total yards. 71 of them have come over the air. Just 14 rush yards to show for it. They got deep into UCLA territory, couldn't punch it in from inside the 5. They're going to have to go 66 yards here if they want to take back this lead. Malik Washington, 6 of 14, 71 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. He'll start in the pistol. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left, with Octavian Smith in the slot on the right side. Washington claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off. DeJuan Williams cutting in and out. He picks up maybe a yard. But this UCLA defense has just been rock solid against the run, and Maryland has really struggled against it, as that was Keanu Williams making the tackle. But one thing that I find interesting is the dichotomy between experience on these two teams. You talk about how Maryland is such a young team on offense, and on defense, you have redshirt senior, redshirt senior, redshirt senior, redshirt senior. Very experienced defense for UCLA, even if it does include a decent amount of transfers. Second down from the Maryland 34 after no gain. Washington in the shotgun. UCLA brings 3. Washington steps up, throws into the flat, and finds Dorian Fleming. He's got a 6 or 7 yard gain. It will set up 3rd and short, brought down by Roderick Pleasant, who's been all over the place here.
is what Maryland needs, just third and shorts and manageable. So we'll go 3rd and 1 for a Terps team that's already 3 of 7 so far on third downs. Most of those have been 5 yards or more, though.
3rd down and 1. Terps only need 3 feet here, and they're in shotgun. Washington's got 2 receivers to his left. He's just going to hand it off. Williams facing the push on that inside zone. He is short. They just continue to not be able to run the ball.
Love the nugget you brought up before that play even started. In 3rd and 1, you don't really need to be in the shotgun for a team that likes to do a pro-style offense with Maryland. Would have loved to see Pep Hamilton instead call Washington under center, but maybe it's because he knew this was coming. A 4th down attempt looking for Maryland.
So maybe 4 down territory. 4th down and 1 from the 43. Washington sets up under center. This could be a QB sneak, and UCLA is preparing for it. Malik changing the play at the line. 4th and 1, they do snap it. Williams gets the 1st down and more. Williams still going inside the 40, inside the 35 to the 33. Well done by the Terps. Malik changed the play, handed it off to the strong side, and the Terps with their biggest run play of the game by far.
23-yard run by DeJuan Williams, just bounces off with the right tackle and Alan Haran, and gets over for a 1st down and plenty more.
From the UCLA 34, that run picked up 23. Washington in a deep play action, throws underneath, caught. Williams fumbled the ball. For now, they're ruling that UCLA ball. And you can hear this crowd. Terps turn it over after converting on the big play. DeJuan Williams got that conversion and then coughs it up. It's the first fumble for DeJuan this season. Just looking at it on the board, it looks like this call is going to stand.
Well, you got to go all the way back to mid-September, the last time Maryland had a fumble. That was Malik Washington against Northern Illinois. And now just the 2nd fumble of the season for Maryland. It comes from DeJuan Williams. And I think he just tried to turn around too quickly and realized the ball got popped out, recovered by John Vaughns. It's something he's done in the past, and now it's the Big Ten leader in tackles. And actually a relief pitcher as well for John Savage in UCLA baseball, who gives the ball back to UCLA's offense.
Play is whistled off here. So it's going to be reviewed, as I don't think they said that Maryland was officially challenging this. And of course, it is a turnover, so it's usually going to warrant one. From my view, it looked like that there was the football move involved, and Williams turned after making that catch. But for now, it would stand to be the first Maryland fumble since that NIU game.
It was Isaiah Chisholm who punched it out on the tackle. So it was DeJuan Williams who tried to jump over Chisholm, who really went for the legs on DeJuan Williams on the right flat. And then right when he tried to jump, it wasn't even Chisholm who hit the ball. Just as it was DeJuan Williams who made the jumping motion, the ball pops out. Isaiah Chisholm would be credited with the forced fumble, and then John Vaughns would have his first fumble recovery of the season, as it was Chisholm's first forced fumble. That's all if it stands. I think the question, Daniel, here is, was it a football move for DeJuan Williams as he was turning around, or should it just go as an incomplete pass?
Now, the ruling on the field was that it was a fumble, and nowadays that's kind of how the refs are usually going to call it, even if it's an egregious play, like it's clearly an incompletion. But either way, they're still taking a look at it. Isaiah Chisholm, an Oregon State transfer, a really prized one at that, freshman All-American last season in Corvallis. And just looking at this replay, you can still see it on all the boards. I mean, Williams, he's kind of holding the ball not near his chest protector. And that's just something that every coach is going to get on his case about. Judging by the reaction of the crowd, the call stands on the field. UCLA will take over at their own 32. And as you mentioned, the first Terps fumble since Malik Washington fumbled in the red zone against the Huskies back in Maryland at CQ Stadium. That was a drive killer at the end of the third quarter. And this one from DeJuan Williams this time, the same for the Terps, who still trail by 4 in the waning minutes of the second quarter. So here's UCLA. Shotgun set for Nico. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Terps show a blitz. They hand it off. And a short gain for Berger as Wingate got into the backfield. They'll set up second down and 11, loss of 1. From the UCLA 31, 7-3, Bruins ahead, 2:22 to go in this first half. Maryland has trailed for most of it. Imaliava drops back to pass, steps up, throws down the field, it's hauled in. Getting walloped at the 49 was Quasi Gilmer, who had to high point that ball and then take the contact from Trey Reddick. And it's a big play to move the chains.
Goes for 20 yards with UCLA and what will be the final play before the 2-minute stoppage here in the first half. UCLA, who received to start this game, so Maryland will get it after halftime, but the Bruins have a chance to be up 2 scores before that halftime break even gets here.
So we will step aside here. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Maryland still trails by 4, and UCLA driving on WMUC Sports. Coming out of the 2-minute warning here on WMUC Sports, UCLA ahead of Maryland 7-3 as the first half winds down. The sun beginning to set here in Pasadena. A really good game setting in. Maryland was driving. They were in UCLA territory. Then DeJuan Williams coughed the ball up. And Maryland, coming into this game, had a +10 turnover differential. Not only the best in the Big Ten, but best in the entirety of the FBS. Mike Loxley has prided himself on this season. Now the Terps have not turned over the ball, and on defense they have made plays. And yet in this game, Maryland losing that turnover battle by now their ratio back down to just +9.
Yeah, just the second fumble so far this year, and you look at it in totality, the 4th turnover. 2 interceptions for Washington. He adds on a fumble and now a DeJuan Williams fumble. The big stat too, Daniel, I love that you brought up how they lead the country in turnover margin. Maryland's also the lone team in the conference to not allow a point off a turnover. They need to stop UCLA on this drive in the final 2 minutes of the second quarter to keep that stat alive for a UCLA team under Jerry Neuheisel, who's playing more comfortably, really simplifying things down. I think that's what we've seen so far as well through the opening 28 minutes with the Bruins.
Just looking at the stats for these two quarterbacks, both have completed 8 passes, but Nico Imaliava is 8 of 10 for 51 yards. Malik Washington, 8 of 16, 82 yards. But the possible factor and why that difference in completion percentage is so big is because you have 37 rush yards for the Terrapins on one side, 85 rush yards from the Bruins on the other side. And when you're trying to support a freshman quarterback, having that rush game is so crucial. So during the 2-minute warning, there was something that flew under the radar. They were reviewing that last play for targeting on Trey Reddick, and they ultimately ruled in UCLA's favor, which means Reddick called for that penalty. That's not the first time that that's happened to him.
And because it's targeting, as well. That means that Reddick is done for this game.
We're looking for him on the field.
Right there at the 35-yard line for Maryland, walking, head down.
Just before the end of the first half. We've seen that before. That happened to Sidney Stewart as well. Handoff up the middle. Plowing ahead is Berger up to the 33. Keeps the clock moving, but just can't have it.
I was going to say, second time in the last 3 games where it looks like Maryland's top defender in the first half. A targeting call right before halftime means that that Terp is on the bench for the rest of the game. This time it happens with Trey Reddick, who already has 4 tackles today.
2nd and 6 from the Maryland 32. Defense is going to have to go to the next man up. Yamaliava, play action. Blitz is picked up. Now he's his. He throws into the end zone. It's incomplete. Terps finally got to him, and Nico was a little slow to get up. As that was CJ Smith, newly onto the field. The freshman, highly touted one at that, makes contact, forces the incompletion.
Yeah, we know Yamaliava has great size at 6'6", 220, native right here of Long Beach. I was impressed that he set his feet, got that one even for incompletion, because he got really brought down hard by CJ Smith.
He was looking for Rico Flores, who was previously hurt in that first quarter. Now is back on the field, so good for UCLA. 3rd down and 6 from the Maryland 32. The Bruins 3 for 7 on 3rd downs in this game. Shotgun set. They'll put Habermel in motion. Yamaliava claps his hands, hands it off. Up the middle goes Woods, and he is close to the first down. The far line judge indicates that he's got it, and that will be enough to move the chains. So they just rush on 3rd down and 6, and they pick up the first. They can keep taking time off the clock. And Jalen Berger, actually on that last attempt, gets to the 25 to move the chains.
It feels like every time, Daniel, that UCLA is opting to run the ball, they're getting through that first defensive line from Maryland and forcing a linebacker to make a tackle, just as was the case there with Wingate.
Clock continues to run, just over 60 seconds left in this first half. UCLA already up by 4, and they'll get the ball in the second half. Yamaliava evades a sack, pump fakes, tries to turn the corner, throws down the field. It's intercepted. Picked off at the 8-yard line by Jalen Husky. And the Terps make a play. 3rd interception of the season for the senior out of Frederick. Just trying to make a play as we were looking at it on the field. The referee was making a call, but the Terps continue to not allow a point off a turnover, and they now bring that turnover ratio back to 0, coming up with one of their own. But we talked about momentum in this game, how it's affected the Terps negatively in the past couple of games. It's affected the Bruins positively in their past couple of games. The Terps really needed that in this one.
They did. You're right. Now a team-leading 3rd interception for Jalen Husky, which has all come in Big Ten play. That's a big stoppage. Maryland, again, has yet to give up a point off a turnover here, and maybe something to look forward to now going into the locker room very shortly.
So now an interesting scenario. From their own 8, how aggressive does Pep want to be? They're going to start an empty shotgun set. Malik, quick throw, Jaleel Farouk. He's got blockers, advances past the 15 and close to the 19. And we'll see where they spot him. They're going to say it has enough to move the chains. Clock is stopped at 49 seconds. Key Lawrence able to bring him down.
Maryland has all 3 of its timeouts, as does UCLA.
Shotgun set, Washington. Takes the snap, dumps it underneath. Ray is pummeled at the 20-yard line. Anthony Jones made the tackle, and Ray is still down, as now the clock will stop at 42. Nolan might not have his helmet on out there. So they will assist him. It was not going to be a big gain anyway. It goes as no gain, and so we will step aside here with 44 seconds as Maryland tends to their injured player. Welcome back. So Nolan Ray is back up on his feet without the helmet on, but walking off. But It's just a little guy getting hit by a bigger guy on that last play.
Yeah, you're right. Anthony Jones leads the team in sacks, but he also is 4 inches taller and 45 pounds heavier than this redshirt sophomore Nolan Ray. He really just got eaten up there by Anthony Jones. We'll hope that Nolan Ray's okay.
So 44 seconds left. Terps still have all 3 timeouts. 2nd down and 10. Washington motions a running back into the backfield. A tight shotgun set. Washington, another screen pass. This time it's to Ock. Ock goes towards the sideline, crosses the 20, gets out of bounds near the 23. It's going to set up 3rd down and medium here. Stops the clock at 40 seconds. The Terps just trying to get out of their own backyard here, but at a certain point, you have to think about, do you want to punt this ball back to UCLA? And once again, how aggressive do you want to be?
This brings me right back to Camp Randall, right? We were on the call against that Wisconsin game where Maryland decides to get aggressive, being backed way up in its own territory right before halftime. They got a field goal out of that. Now a 3rd and 8. Don't know if Maryland can be as creative.
So they spot him at the 20. That makes it 3rd and 8. Washington will move Szymanski in motion. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set for the Terps. UCLA shows pressure. Here's Malik. Shotgun. Takes the snap. Great protection. He's looking far down the field for Ock. That ball is incomplete, and there's a flag. Robert Stafford was in coverage. It was double coverage, but this is going to be an easy call.
Yeah, on that play, Stafford may as well have been looking at downtown LA. He never turned his head around. He was never trying to see where the ball was. Eyes locked on the receiver there the whole time. That's an easy call with 34 seconds left until the break.
So not a spot foul like in the NFL, just a 15-yard penalty. Ball is now at the Maryland 35, but yeah, he might have just been looking up at the observatory maybe on the mountains there.
Can you really blame him though?
Probably not. Probably. I've been looking at them all the time. 1st down and 10 now for the Terps. 34 seconds to go. Washington out of the shotgun, takes the snap. Blitz is picked up. He's looking deep again, throws out of the backfield to find DeJuan Williams, who's tackled at the 38. This will continue the clock to run, which is now at, it says 24, but we'll get a timeout.
So it will be a UCLA timeout, first one used by either team in this half. They will add 2 more seconds onto the clock, Daniel, so 26 seconds left to go in the 2nd quarter with the Bruins up 7-3. Just another 3rd down that Maryland fails to, or another 2nd down that just goes short, I should say, with DeJuan Williams out of the backfield.
Now, but let me ask you this, though. 2nd down and 6 with 26 seconds left. If you're UCLA, why are you taking timeouts? It just doesn't seem like there's enough time left on the clock.
Because I heard Tim O'Day wrong, and it was a Maryland timeout instead. That's on me. That's completely on me. Hand up accountability. A Maryland's timeout. Right there. That makes a lot more sense, too, doesn't it?
Yeah. So 26 seconds left. 2nd down and 6 from the UMD 39. 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right. It's Farouk closest to the UCLA sideline. Washington looks back at his referee, now at his receiver, and takes the snap. UCLA brings 4. Terps pick up the pressure. Washington floats it down the field. It's almost intercepted, I should say. Falls incomplete. Now Scooter Jackson scooting over to almost pick that ball off. And it's a simple high-low concept, but Malik just didn't see that safety.
Just too much air under that ball, I think, as well, looking for knots. And Jackson gets a hand to it on the deflection. Now maybe UCLA is happy that Maryland called that timeout. Here's a 3rd and 6. There's still 22 seconds left in the 2nd.
Going to have to get to the UCLA 45. They're going to have to do it quick. Only 22 ticks to work with. Fans here in Pasadena making some noise as we will get a timeout on the field. Now, who called this one? It looked like the Terps called it, and they do. So maybe just some extra time to cook up a play here. I mean, Malik has thrown the ball 21 times in this first half. You compare that to Iamaleava for the Bruins, who's thrown it only 12 times. And again, it just goes back to that run game. UCLA knocking on the door of 100 yards in this first half. They're sitting at 96, Maryland at 37. And the inability for the Terps to run has really forced them to put more pressure on their freshman quarterback.
That's been a thing all season, right? Maryland last in the conference in rushing yards per game. This year it's been more success in totality, but that running game still with a conference low under 100 yards a game.
Third down and 6. Ball is at the Maryland 39. They'll move Williams in motion. Washington's just going to run it on third down. He's got the first and more. He's tackled at the 48. So the clock will pause for a minute here. With 18 seconds on the clock. Terps now in an empty set in shotgun. Now they'll run the clock. 17 seconds and counting. Washington takes the snap, looks to throw. He's motioning, throwing towards the sideline. It is incomplete. He wanted DeJuan Williams out of the backfield. A couple Bruins were in coverage. This was a fantastic play that, from my view, looked like he might have hauled it in. Oh.
Yeah. White cleat on the white line. DeJuan Williams can't get the right foot down with Roderick Pleasant and Cole Martin in coverage. I like the idea to at least let Washington air it out in a pretty low pressure situation. And that one just too far near the sideline.
Final 10 seconds here, this first half, second quarter. What do the Terps do? At the 48-yard line with one timeout, Washington faces the blitz, looking to throw, steps up. He's got a lot of room to run. He's looking for the sidelines, and he's going to get it along with the first down with 3 seconds left. So we talked about Malik using his legs. He does so there, and the Terps might just have enough for a field goal.
How about, we talk about maturity and understanding this guy who can sometimes play like a senior. When Washington knew he had the first down, he took a 180-degree angle. You rarely see that where he sprinted directly to the sideline like a defender, trying to get off and not be the 12th man on the field. Washington knew there was a little bit of time remaining, and he does so with 3 ticks to go.
Now they do have 3 seconds. The Terps offense is still on the field. It looks like they're just going to go for a Hail Mary here. Now Tim Skipper calls a timeout. This is the most intense last 10 seconds of a game, of a half, I should say, where this game is 7-3. This drive started at the Maryland 8 after Jalen Husky picked the ball off. Since then, the Terps have worked 51 yards on 8 plays. And now they're just looking for points here at the end of the half. Were you surprised at all that they opted not to bring out Sean O'Hare for that last play?
I mean, I think from this distance, you're talking about a field goal of close to 60 yards. I think that's out of the picture. I like the situation here of being in such a rare instance at this point in the field in this part of the game where why not have a Hail Mary attempt with Malik Washington? We haven't seen him air it out at the end of a second quarter or a fourth quarter yet. So not surprised here as it's now going to be 3 deep in defense for UCLA.
Well, they're just playing Sierra on the aux here. Does Malik Washington have a Russell Wilson-esque long ball here? 3 seconds to go in the half. Washington steps up. He's just going to have to bomb it into the end zone. A whole scrum is there for it. It is tipped up and incomplete. So that's how the half ends, 7-3. In a game that started nearly 2 hours ago, Maryland has stuck in there. This has not been a very successful half offensively for either team, and yet the Terps find themselves only down by 4.
Yeah, this is a game where Maryland should be happy to be down by just 4 points, right? You look at what they've done so far, less than 100 yards passing from Malik Washington in this offense. You also add under 60 yards running, where most of the running yards came on that 23-yard run for DeJuan Williams, just his second explosive run of 20-plus yards so far this year for the Terps. Look quiet offensively. Again, this is a really good UCLA defense that shut down Penn State 2 weeks ago, shut down Michigan State in East Lansing a week ago as well. So I think Maryland just has to find some things. Would like to see a bit more creativity in the run game too in the second half.
Terps are ahead in terms of total yardage, 155 to UCLA's 147, but that's where we will step aside in the intermission here. Ryan Martin will take over play-by-play to start off the third. And don't go anywhere. We have a good game ahead here. 7-3, Maryland trails on WMUC Sports.
Back on WMUC Sports, it's halftime in what almost looks like heaven. Out in Pasadena, California, some 2,700 miles away from College Park, Maryland. The Terps taking on the UCLA Bruins in Maryland's first trip to the Rose Bowl. Here with a few minutes left at halftime. Maryland so far 30 minutes played, and the Terps down 7-3 to UCLA. Back alongside Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin, honored to make this trip coast to coast and be here with you in California. Daniel, you look at what's happened so far in this game. UCLA scored on that 55-yard touchdown run by Anthony Frias II. Other than that, just the one field goal from Sean O'Hare in what's been, you call it a low score in first half. Defenses haven't had to do too much, just offenses not taking advantage of opportunities so far in the first.
I mean, 7 combined punts between the two teams in that first half, Ryan, and the Terps had an opportunity to score a touchdown. They ended up getting 3. But apart from that one turnover at the end, there just really hasn't been a lot happening in this game. And, you know, that very well could change in this second half. But these two quarterbacks, both young quarterbacks with something to prove, have, I think, both played decently well, but you just haven't really seen a large sample size from either of them.
Yeah, neither over 100 yards passing so far. Nico Yamalayava, 8 for 12 passing, does have 51 yards throwing, no touchdowns to show, does have his 4th interception of the season. That was to Jalen Husky for his team-leading 3rd pick so far this year. On the other side, true freshman Malik Washington hasn't maybe been the Malik that we've seen so far through the first month and change of this season. He's 11 for 23, 98 yards passing. That's under 50% completion percentage as well. Take a look at some of the running attacks so far. It's 96 yards for UCLA. That goes down to just 41 when you take off the touchdown run, though. So it's 6 yards a carry for UCLA. That goes to about 3.5 when you exclude the big run, but with it up to 6. For Maryland, 16 rushes for 57 yards. So far, they're paced by their quarterback. 3 rushes for 24 yards with Malik Washington. 1 goes for 11 yards. DeJuan Williams has been the featured back, though. 9 carries for 22 yards. Has had a couple go the wrong way. Maryland won the toss and deferred until the second half, which is right here. So the Terps will receive UCLA in their throwback powder blue uniforms here during homecoming week. We'll kick off from left to right and get the second half started.
You mentioned that 22 yards for DeJuan Williams. His longest run in the game is 23 yards. There's been kind of spurts of good offensive production, but there's been no consistency from either team. Now, after the 20-minute break, they have 30 minutes to find out if they can get any as the second half gets underway.
That's Buckle Up Partner here from Pasadena, California. After 9 p.m. East Coast time, Dean Bagani kicks it off from left to right, and Iverson Howard just watches it take and bounce back into the end zone. So Maryland will go from right to left to get the second half started, down 7-3 to UCLA. Maryland will get this third quarter started. Daniel, one thing you're looking to see out of Maryland and offensive coordinator Pep Hamilton that you didn't see in the first half?
I think just the explosives. You talked about it with Mike Loxley, talking about how they need to get more big plays. We've seen it from the Terps before, especially in that Wisconsin game. But first, they need to kind of build up that consistency. Get a couple of passes, then go for the big shot.
See what they have in store. Ball at the midway point. Malik Washington takes a snap, throws it on the right flat, but it's dropped out of the backfield by Nolan Ray. He was heading towards the right sideline. Goes as an incompletion. 13th of the game for Washington, just to 11 completions. 2nd and 10 for Maryland. Ball at midfield 25-yard line with UCLA up 7-3. Mention those big plays. Just the biggest so far is a 32-yard completion to Shalik Knotts. No runs over the 23 either. So on the 2nd and 10, Washington in the shotgun takes a snap, faces just a 3-man pressure, has a ton of time. Now we'll roll out to the right side. Good secondary coverage, so Washington will just take off and run. They'll trickle out of bounds right before the 30-yard line. Should be a short gain and a 3rd and manageable, but another 3rd down. Maryland's found itself in this position throughout this game so far.
Yeah, you really just haven't seen anything successful on 2nd down, I should say. It's put Maryland in all these 3rd down spots. This is going to have to be their 10th attempt of the game so far. Washington had good protection, broke down, rushed for some yardage, 3rd and medium.
3rd and 6 at the right hash. Maryland down 7-3 in shotgun. Washington takes a snap, looks to the right side, now looks in the middle, fires, but it's going to go incomplete. That one was well over the head of Jalil Farouk, and it would have been a first down if Farouk had caught it. Instead, it's going to be a 3 and out for Maryland, and you can credit Scooter Jackson as the DB in coverage.
Yeah, he might have had him open here. This is pretty good coverage, but again, Washington stepped up in the pocket. He does the little things so well. He's a very mature quarterback. I'm going to say that word again, but just airmailed the throw.
Bryce McPherson on for his 4th punt of the day. Snap is off. Punt is good to Mikey Williams. He goes to the far 20-yard line. Will catch it, but then be tackled down immediately by Ricardo Cooper. Williams catches it and bounce, but doesn't get any gain on the play. It's a big 3 and out, though, for this UCLA defense to bring back the Bruin offense and Nico Yamaleava.
And in this game, Ryan, he's been pretty efficient. 8 of 12, 51 yards, but it's partly been because of that rushing attack, that 55-yard touchdown from Frias. Jalen Berger has been good, over 4.5 yards a carry, and the pass offense hasn't necessarily been there, but UCLA, at the end of the day, they have the lead, and they're looking to build on it here.
Maryland goes 3 and out, just 39 seconds into the 3rd quarter. 7-3 UCLA. Ball at the Bruins' 18-yard line on the left hash for Yamaleava and this UCLA offense. 3 receivers to the right side. Berger to the left hip of Yamaleava. In the shotgun, Yamaleava takes a snap, hands it off to Berger. Patience now dives right into the middle of Maryland's defense. 2 or 3 Terps will stop him before any other gain. Dante Joyner in on the tackle as Berger picks up about half the yardage he needs on first down.
And I think Maryland could do a better job of controlling the trenches. We've seen them do pretty well in that, especially through those first 4 games of the season. They were able to bring Nico down once in that first half, but like to look for Sidney Stewart to get something going here in the second half.
Goes as a gain of 6. Ball at UCLA's 24-yard line. On 2nd and 4, Yamaleava takes a snap, hands it back off to Berger on the counter, and he gets swallowed up again by the Maryland defensive line. The call in the Maryland trenches. That time they make a play. A gain of just 1 for Berger. Sets up a 3rd and 3. Ball up to UCLA's 25-yard line about a minute and a half into the 3rd quarter, and the Bruins up 7-3.
That was Ian Thomas, the St. Francis transfer. Has been really underrated on this defensive line, making the stop. And now 3rd down and short here. Got to stiffen up. Expecting a pass, I think, but a short one at that if you're the Terps.
Bruins have converted half their 3rd downs, 4 for 8 today. In the shotgun, Yamaleava takes a snap, play action, fires on the left side. It's caught by Rico Flores Jr. Makes the defender miss and tackled down right before the 35-yard line on Maryland's far sideline. It's enough for a first down for UCLA. The Bruins move the chains and grab 9 yards. UCLA again opts to go with the no huddle. Here's a pistol formation with Berger directly behind Yamaleava. Takes a snap, hands it off to Berger, puts his left shoulder down right behind his left tackle. And they're just going to blow the whistle before Jalen Berger even hits the ground. Gain of 1, sets up a 2nd and 9. Ball up to UCLA's 35-yard line. And it's that defensive line. You see Bryce Jenkins, Dylan Fontes. These are guys who don't contribute every week for Maryland, but they've had to, especially was to hear Mathis out.
They're checking in Anthony Frias into the game, who had that big touchdown, the only one in this first half. And this is some of his first touches of his senior campaign.
It's the only touch that Frias has so far today. He's at the right hip of Yamaleava. Here on a 2nd and 9, Yamaleava takes a snap. 3-step drop, fires across the middle, where it is in and out of the hands of Titus Mokiao Atimalala. On 2nd and 9 would have been a gain of 15. Instead, Jalen Husky is there in the coverage and brings up a 3rd and 9 for the Bruins at their own 35-yard line.
This is a heck of a play from Husky, who I think when he moves over to safety is just so much more effective as he's able to play to his skill set there. This was a good find from Nico. Husky comes in, punches that ball loose, 3rd down and long.
Husky already with a pick today. The Frederick, Maryland native, former Quince Orchard Cougar and Middletown Knight. A couple of local high schools. Here on 3rd and 9, Bruins up by 4 at the left hash. Yamaleava takes a snap, fires on the right side, where it's caught short of the sticks by Titus Mokiao Atimalala. It's decision time for Jerry Neuheisel and this UCLA offense as Jamari Glasker brings him down at the right hash. Here comes the punting unit for the Bruins. On 3rd and 9, UCLA needed to get that first down. Instead, gets just 6 yards. A 4th and 3 up to the Bruins' 41-yard line. 11 and a half minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. And here again is Will Carroll, the native of Mossman, Australia. He's on for his 5th punt of the day. Jaleel Farouk waits at his own 15-yard line. Ball in the right hash for a 4th and 3. UCLA's already had a fake punt a week ago. This time it'll be just a snap and punt off by Carroll. Twirling to Maryland's 10-yard line. Will take 2 bounces into the end zone right next to the near right pylon. It goes as a touchback against the Bruins. And just like these two teams, Maryland and UCLA did to start the first half, the Bruins and Terps go 3 and out apiece to start the second. 11 minutes, 7 seconds left to go in the third quarter. UCLA clinging to a 7-3 lead, but that could all change on the second offensive possession by Maryland in the second half. Do the Terps have some offensive life for the first time all game on the West Coast? We'll have to find out on the other side of this break from Pasadena, California, here on WMUC Sports. Just under 4 minutes into the second half here in Pasadena, California at the Rose Bowl, one of the most historic sites in college football, where the Maryland Terrapins make their first trip ever in program history. The Terps, they're here. Their offense hasn't shown up, though, just yet. 7-3, UCLA leads this game with 11 minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the third quarter. And Daniel, when you look at this Maryland team that started 4-0, opened up Big Ten play with a win at Wisconsin, but now single-score losses to both Washington and Nebraska, the schedule, you start thinking, where can Maryland get those final 2 wins for bowl eligibility with 6 opportunities to go?
Yeah, and this is one of them. And of course, in a perfect world, you'd hope to win one, if not both, of those 2 games at home that you just lost, Washington, Nebraska. But as Mike Loxley says all the time, we're defined in the present, not in the past. And the Terps have an opportunity to steal a game on the road here. They're down by 4. They're not down by that much. Has their offense been good in this game? Not particularly, but they have the ball right now. And I'm sure Mike Loxley is as interested as we are to see what they can do.
Maryland's second drive of the second half after getting just 4 yards and going 3 and out to start. Running backs at each side of Washington's hip, ball at the 20-yard line. Washington takes a snap, fakes the pass, and instead goes on the right flat where it's caught by DeJuan Williams. 30, 35, and it's tackled down right before the 40. So a fake handoff to Nolan Ray, throws to the right flat with DeJuan Williams, and gains 19 yards for a fresh set of Maryland downs.
I like the play call here. You get Williams in motion, and Pep Hamilton has done a really good job in this game of designing screens that the Terps can block in. It's a good play for Williams, who's electric in the open field, 19 yards.
Trips left, Shalik Knotts alone to the right. Nolan Ray, the back to Washington's right hip. On 1st and 10, Washington takes a snap, fires right across the middle on a hook route. It's caught by Shalik Knotts, and he's tackled down immediately after catching it by John Vaughns. 1st and 10, it's a gain of 6 to Knotts. 2nd and 4 with ball at Maryland's 24-yard line. Terps chasing UCLA is 7-3. Trips left again for Washington with Knotts at the right side. Now Ray's at the right hip. Washington takes a snap in the shotgun, hands it off to Ray. Tries to bounce it to the left side. Instead, he's going to be dragged down quickly by the UCLA defensive line. And on the tackle is Siale Topaki, the big defensive tackle at 6'5", 335. Brings him down for no gain. It's 3rd and 4.
Well, if there's anyone who's going to be able to read those offensive lines, it's someone like Taupaki, who was a former offensive lineman himself, and he even got back into it last week. But now the Terps, you're at midfield. This is a pivotal 3rd down coming up.
UCLA brings in an extra defensive back. Nickel formation on a 3rd and 4. Trips left, Shalik Knotts alone to the right side. Nolan Ray is at the right hip of Malik Washington in the shotgun. So far today, 4 for 10 on third down. Washington takes a snap, 5-step drop, and will fade it to the left side on a throw, but it's thrown directly to the sidelines. Washington had no receiver there, and facing a 5-man Bruin rush, just throws it out of bounds, and here comes Bryce McPherson in the Maryland punt unit again.
I gotta say, this decision from Malik, it's a safe one, throwing it away, but you mentioned facing the blitz. Maryland has picked up every blitz that they've seen in this game, and Malik, I think, just got antsy in the pocket there. You gotta sit there. If nobody's open, then run or then throw it away, but just too quickly abandoning that play, and now you got a punt.
Fifth punt for Bryce McPherson is off. Back waiting is Mikey Williams. He calls a fair catch at his own 15-yard line. Goes down to his right knee to bring it in. And once again, it's Maryland giving the ball back to UCLA, where the Bruins have only scored a touchdown, but that's all that's been needed so far today against Maryland. 7-3, UCLA leads the Terps. 9 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Maryland's defense looks to keep doing what it's done all game long and keep this a one-score game. We'll be right back from Pasadena on WMUC Sports. With the sun just beginning to set over the San Gabriel Mountains in the far end zone here in Pasadena, California. The sun was up and now setting. The offenses here have never been up though. 9 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in the third quarter. 7-3 UCLA leading Maryland in Game 7 of Maryland football's 2025 season. Following the fifth punt of the game for Bryce McPherson and his Maryland punt unit, it's a 1st and 10, getting ready to go for UCLA. Redshirt sophomore quarterback Nico Iamaleava backed up to UCLA's 15-yard line. And Daniel, this has been a game where so far, just like we said in the first half, through the first 5 minutes and change in the second half, offenses just haven't had anything to show.
Yeah, the Terps have just stalled out on offense. The third down has not been their friend. It has been in previous games, but 4 of 11, not a good number if you're Mike Loxley. And then you see on the other side, if you're Tim Skipper and Jerry Neuheisel, not much better for the Bruins. 5 of 10. Both defenses have played really well. And that's where we stand here with the score just hasn't really changed since the beginning of the second quarter.
Iamaleava, 10 completions and 15 attempts for 66 yards. Meanwhile, Malik Washington under 50% passing. He's 13 for 28, 123 yards. Iamaleava does have the 1 interception as well to Jalen Husky. Pasadena, California has not disappointed so far. Our second full day here in the Golden State. Second full day ever on this first trip. Here's Nico looking to be golden. Ball on the left hash, 3 receivers to the right side on a 1st and 10. Now Habermill in motion. He'll go to the right side in the shotgun. Iamaleava fakes the handoff and throws it across the middle. It's incomplete. He was looking for his sophomore Kwanzi Gilmore. He's actually the lone sophomore on this team, but instead it's an incompletion. Well, in coverage was Jamari Glasker, the Potomac native and transfer from Wake Forest. Forces the incompletion and makes it a 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you just try a little RPO here, and Nico makes the right read. He was open, not very open, but we've seen this with Malik too. It's kind of a similar type of offense, but just airmailed the throw. And that's what the Terps are looking for, just force these incompletions. They got good push on the defensive line. Now they face 2nd and 10, where you're likely looking at a run.
Woods to the right and Berger to the left side of Yamaleeva. He takes a snap, but he's going to keep it. Roll it to the left side, makes one defender miss, and then it dives down at the 20-yard line where Jamari Klasker brings him down. Dives forward. It's a gain of 5. Make it a 3rd and 5. And more manageable for the Bruins at their own 20-yard line. I like to use Yamaleeva as a rusher. He leads all Bruins in rushing yards and touchdowns with 335 and 4 respectively coming into this game. Gets a rush of 5 yards. Here's a 3rd and 5. 2 receivers left side. Now it's Flores who's going to join him on the right. Yamaleeva takes the snap, fires to the left side where it's caught by Rico Flores Jr. Or they're going to say this one drops right in front of him. Jamari Klasker in again on the coverage, and these teams just trading back and forth, punt after punt. It's been the Bryce McPherson show for Maryland, and now again, here's Will Carroll for UCLA. 7-3 Bruins with 8.5 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter, and Carroll on for this 4th and 5 punt. Jalil Farouk waiting at his 30-yard line right at the right hash.
Maryland's return game has been dormant this season. They really need a big return here to turn some momentum.
Ball at the 20-yard line. Snap is off. Punt is off for Carroll. High towering punt right to the 30-yard line. Brings Jalil Farouk back. Catches at the 30, 35, 40. Goes to midfield at the 45. Still on his feet. Now taken down tough right before the 50-yard line. He's swallowed up quickly by UCLA. And Troy Liegber is the first one to get in on the tackle. So for Maryland, after the punt return of 20 yards for Jalil Farouk, that's a new season high for the Oklahoma transfer and Lanham, Maryland native. What can Maryland do with it? 7-3 UCLA, 8 minutes, 12 seconds left to go. And we'll be right back on WMUC Sports. The lights shine bright over the Rose Bowl. It's 105th year of existence, a place that's seen 5 Super Bowls, now sees the Maryland Terrapins for the first time in program history. Maryland makes that trip from the East Coast to the West Coast. Might have left that offense at home. 7-3 UCLA with 8 minutes, 12 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. But after a 20-yard return for Jalil Farouk, Maryland has the ball at its own 49-yard line on the left hash. 3 receivers to the right side to start off this drive for Malik Washington. True freshman quarterback so far is 13 for 28 with 123 yards passing. Now has an empty backfield as DeJuan Williams motions out to the left side. In the shotgun, 3 claps to the hands for Malik Washington. Now brings in the snap. 1-step drop, fires across the left side, but it's tipped incomplete. Great play by Andre Jordan Jr. The Oregon State transfer comes in on the safety blitz, deflects it at the line of scrimmage, It makes it 2nd and 10.
It's a good play by Malik. You're trying to throw into the blitz because that's where it's open, but you have to be able to kind of put it between the defensive back's hands, and he wasn't able to do so. 2nd down and long. Where have we seen this before?
Here's another empty set for Washington on 2nd and 10. He takes a snap, throws it on the left flat. It's caught by DeJuan Williams on the screen pass. Past the 50, puts the right shoulder down into UCLA's side of the field. But a trio of Bruins are in there on the tackle. First one to him is John Vaughns, the conference leader with now over 65 tackles so far this year. Has a gain of just 4. Now 3rd and 6 at UCLA's 48-yard line. Terps trailing the Bruins 7-3. Under 7.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Maryland so far today 4 for 11 on 3rd downs. Farouk in motion to the right side. Washington takes a snap, throws on the left flat, caught by Williams at the 40, 35, 25, 20, and still on his feet at the 15, 10, bouncing off a tackler and down to the 7-yard line. You want a big play today for your Maryland? Go to DeJuan Williams. Both in the rush game and the pass game, it's been the redshirt freshman St. Francis Academy product out of Baltimore. That time, a gain of 39 yards on 3rd down, brings up a 1st and goal from Maryland, from UCLA's 7.
Well, it's completely busted coverage. They bring a blitz again. Malik makes the right read, throwing it right into the blitz. How about the effort there from DeJuan, just keeping on rumbling down to the 7.
1st and goal from the 7. Williams still in the backfield. It's a handoff from Washington to DeJuan down the left side. And he's tackled down after getting about half the yardage he needs. Call it a 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line following the 4-yard rush for DeJuan Williams. He's been the featured back today. It's now 11 carries for 26 yards. He's got 11 of the 20 carries Maryland has on the day.
He's also been the featured receiver, most receptions and yards.
He's still at the right hip of Malik Washington. Fleming, Farouk, and Octavian Smith Jr. to the right side. Now Octavian will join Shalik Knotts on the left side. 2nd and goal from the 3. Washington takes a snap in the shotgun. Assessing, throwing down the middle, and it is dropped in the end zone. Jaleel Farouk could not bring in what would give Maryland the lead on a touchdown. Instead, it was Roderick Pleasant in coverage and sets up a huge play in this game. 3rd and goal from the 3, with Maryland trailing UCLA 7-3. 6 minutes exactly left in the 3rd quarter.
And this is one Malik's going to want to have back. He has to look back towards the right. He starts his progression on the left. But again, the ball is behind. Your feet are set. You got to get that ball where it's supposed to be.
Got to have this play as well. 3rd and goal from the 3. Fleming in motion from the left to right side. In the shotgun, Washington takes a snap. Immediately rolls up to the right side. Fires to Fleming on the flat. And it's caught, but he's short of the end zone. Good coverage again by Roderick Pleasant. Scooter Jackson as well helped him out in coverage. Now it's 4th and goal from the 2. Decision time for Mike Loxley. Daniel, if you were wearing that headset, what would you do on this 4th and 2?
As crazy as it sounds, I would kick, because just the way this red zone offense has been, it hasn't been reliable, and you really don't want to take your chance. It looks like Pep Hamilton's going to disagree with me. I don't hate the call, but they have to get the touchdown here. There's nothing, no alternative. They have to get it.
Szymanski, the 2nd tight end in the play, as Dorian Fleming now sets up as the fullback in the I formation. Fleming will now join him in the line. Single back with DeJuan Williams. 4th and goal from the 2. Washington takes the snap, fakes the handoff, fires to the left side to Fleming, and it is incomplete. Looking for Fleming on the flat, but Andre Jordan Jr. comes up out of nowhere, almost has a one-handed interception. Instead, forces Maryland into a turnover on downs, just 2 yards away from taking the lead in this game. UCLA takes over at its own 2-yard line, preserving its 7-3 lead with 5 minutes and change left in the 3rd quarter.
I gotta say, I really don't like the play call here. You're supposed to pass the ball, but why are you coming out in the I? Everyone knows it's gonna be play action. If this was on the 1, you have a conversation whether to run or pass. Instead, they opt to do a play fake, and UCLA read this like a book all the way. It was a decent throw from Malik. There's no chance for Fleming to make a play on the ball. And this has been the story of the game, and you really haven't seen this from the Terps. When they get into the red zone, they usually score. You haven't seen it, this kind of just discomfort inside the 20, and now that's twice. I mean, this is essentially 11 points left on the board here, left off the board basically by just not being able to convert.
Making its lone West Coast trip of the season, Maryland is going to wish it had that one back. Following the turnover on downs, it's a 1st and 10 from UCLA's 2-yard line. We'll see Nico Yamalayava once again for his UCLA team that leads 7-3 with 5 minutes 13 seconds left to go in the third quarter. We'll be right back from Pasadena. Back here from Pasadena, California at the Rose Bowl. First matchup in 70 years between UCLA and Maryland. I feel like the offenses haven't been existed since then either. 7-3 Bruins with 5 minutes 13 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Back alongside Daniel Stein, I'm Ryan Martin saying thanks so much for spending your Saturday night with us, where it's about 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast, just 6:30 p.m. here in the Golden State. After a turnover on downs by Maryland, who now goes to 1 for 2 so far today on 4th downs, it is the UCLA Bruins taking over at its own 2-yard line. Maryland missed on a 4th and goal. Here's Nico Yamalayava in the shotgun. He takes a snap from his own end zone, hands it off to Jalen Berger, runs down the left side into the left B gap. He's tackled immediately by a few members of Maryland's defensive line. And on the stop there was Ian Thomas. A gain of 2 makes it 2nd and 8 at UCLA's 4.
Well, now one missed opportunity turns into another one here for the defense. Can they just... We've already seen one safety in the first game of the season. Yep. Sidney Stewart has been quiet today, but UCLA once again pinned in. Can the Terps defense make a play happen?
Ball in the Bruins' left hash. 2nd and 8 from the 4-yard line. Yamalayeva takes a snap, fakes the handoff, but it's intercepted on the pass. Jamari Glasker catches it at the 6-yard line, sprints in for the touchdown, and just like that, things can change. Glasker reads the flat on the right side perfectly and picks it off for a 6-yard pick six. Maryland's 4th on the season to lead everyone in the FBS. And you blink and all of a sudden it's 9-7 Maryland with 4 minutes 40 seconds left to go in the third.
Well, what did I just ask? Can the defense make a play? And that's exactly what Jamari Glasker did. He's been really solid all game in pass coverage, and this is just a simple RPO. Yamalayava just never saw him. Glasker jumps it, walk-in touchdown, and the Terps have the lead. How about that?
Last week it was a 67-yard pick six by Dante Joyner. He was the transfer from Arkansas State. Now the transfer from Wake Forest, Jamari Glasker, his 2nd interception on the year. Here's Sean O'Hare for the extra point. Goes snap is off, but flags all over the yard before this one can be kicked off and make it a 3-point Maryland lead. Let's go down to Tim O'Day and hear the call. It's a false start on Maryland's. This will back this one up 5 extra yards. But how about this defense, too? A 2nd interception for Yamalayava, who had just 3 coming into this game. Maryland's defense, FBS leading, a 14th interception of the season, too. Here's Sean O'Hare. So far this season, he's a perfect 20 for 20 on extra points. Goes snap is off. McPherson's hold is down. O'Hare's kick is up. and it is good. Make it 10-7 Maryland on an 8-yard pick six for Jamari Glasker, a redshirt junior from Temple Hills, Maryland. Continues what's been a defensive showcase for Maryland, going coast to coast and having its way so far with UCLA. Terps have their first lead in this game, 10-7 Maryland with 4:40 left in the third quarter. Maybe this is a brand new ball game for Maryland. We'll have to find out on the other side of this break. You're listening to Maryland football on WMUC Sports. So in a blink of an eye, which is exactly what Jamari Glasker did on that 8-yard pick six, this game is in favor of Maryland. Terps 10, UCLA Bruins 7 with 4 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in the third quarter here for Pasadena, California. Philip Noyce ready to kick this one off from right to left. A pair of Bruins and Anthony Frias and Jaden Marshall await the return. Kick is off from Frias. This one's going to be caught by Frias at the 10-yard line, past the 15-20. Tackled right before the 25-yard line. A couple members of Maryland special teams, including Jaden Ships, in on the tackle. Nico Yamalayava, the former Tennessee Volunteer who played in college football playoff just a year ago in the SEC. He comes on after throwing his second pick of this game. This UCLA offense has looked out of sorts in the second half.
Yeah, and the Terps defense has just continued to do what they've done in this first half. And all this talent on this UCLA offense, a team that scored 42 points against number 7 Penn State, then 38 against Michigan State. And they're just held to 7 right now.
First and 10, ball at UCLA's 26-yard line. It's a handoff to Berger past the 30-yard line. And tackled down by Daniel Wingate at the 32. The Bruins just right after that pick six opt to go on the ground. That's a gain of 6 for Berger. 2nd and 4 at UCLA's 32-yard line. Here's Yamalayava again, running back at each hip. 2 receivers left, one to the right now. Frias in motion to the left side. Yamalayava takes the snap, fires across the middle where it's caught by Mokiao Atimalala. Past the 40, 45, and tackled down by Jalen Husky after the big gain. Right all the way to Maryland's 34-yard line.
Is exactly what you don't want for the Terps here, and it's just man coverage and a deep cross, and you get Atimalala running free, and he's a speedy kid. You don't want him in the open field like that. Nico finds him with good protection. Now the ball's spotted at the 34.
Yamalayeva to Mokiao Atimalala, a gain of 34 yards. 1st and 10, ball in the right hash. UCLA trails Maryland 10-7, 3.5 to play in the third quarter. Yamalayeva takes a snap, takes the handoff, throws it to Habermill on the flat, and he is caught immediately. He's tackled immediately by Dante Joyner, loses the ball on the tackle. And they're going to say that Habermill's left knee was down after a catch and gain of very little, if any, and Habermill is slow to get up as well.
I mean, he just got upended on that last play. Looks to be in considerable pain. Not quite sure if that ball was out before his leg came down, but either way, there will be a break to check on him.
So they'll say no forward progression at all. 2nd and 12 upcoming for UCLA. Ball at Maryland's 36-yard line with the Terps up 10-7. Habermill needs some extra attention from UCLA's athletic training staff, and we'll step aside with them. There's 3 minutes, 23 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Maryland up by 3 here at the Rose Bowl. Good to see Hudson Habermill, redshirt senior tight end, walk off on his own power. California native who missed all of last season due to an injury and now part of that unit that replaces Moliki Matavo, the lone UCLA offensive player selected in last year's NFL draft. He went 7th round to the New Orleans Saints as Habermill walks it off following that catch that loses 2 yards. It's a second, loses 1 yard after that change in there. 2nd 11 for UCLA, ball at Maryland's 35-yard line. Terps up 10-7 with 3 minutes, 22 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Amalayeva puts a receiver in motion on the right side, will take the snap in the shotgun. Faces a four-man pressure, fires it to the right side where it's caught past the 15, near the 10. Coming up with it again is Titus Mokiao Atimalala. Another big catch for the redshirt senior. There's a flag in the backfield. We'll send it down to Tim O'Day.
We'll check to see who that penalty is on, but that really gives the Terps a break there. It would have been a 23-yard catch ruled against the left tackle, Cortland Ford, the second time he's been tagged for holding today. And big break for the Terps defensively. Yeah, Ford, the left tackle and transfer from Kentucky, has a third of UCLA's 6 penalties so far in this game. That backs it up, makes it a 2nd and 21. Ball still at the left hash. 45-yard line, it gets backed up all the way for Maryland. Yamalieva takes a snap, hands it off to Frias. Down the right side, tries to cut it into the left. Instead, he's tackled down quickly by Ian Thomas. This is going to set up a 3rd and forever for UCLA. Call it a 3rd and 19 with the ball up to Maryland's 43-yard line, right square in the middle of the field at the A of the UCLA logo. That centers here at Spiker Field at the Rose Bowl. 2 minutes, 10 seconds ticking off of the third quarter clock. Maryland 10, UCLA 7. Here's a 3rd and 19 for the Bruins so far today. 5 for 11 on 3rd down. Trips left, Yamaleeva in the shotgun. He takes the snap. Faces the 3-man pressure. Steps up in the pocket and will get swallowed up as he tries to gain whatever he could. It's the freshman, Sidney Stewart. They nicknamed him the Young Bull. He puts up both hands to his head in celebration. It's no gain on 3rd down. Brings up a 4th and 19. Here's the punt unit that will take possession at Maryland's 43-yard line, where again Jaleel Farouk waits the punt from Will Carroll. Yeah, maybe more of a coverage sack for the Terps defensively. And the flip side, if you're Imaliava and you get sacked on a 3rd down and 18, that's really just more on the defensive line making a good job and not letting you get out of the pocket, and the secondary making a good play. Snap is off. Hunt is weighted, but then finally off by Will Carroll to Jaleel Farouk, who backs up to his own 5-yard line. And we'll just watch the ball go into his own end zone. Pair of Bruins. And notably, Byron Threats tried to catch it in the end zone and toss it back out. Instead, it just goes as a simple touchback. Keep it right here on WMUC Sports with 1:05 left to go in the third quarter. Maryland up 10-7 over UCLA, but it's a Terps team that has scored a touchdown, not by this offense though, the 8-yard pick 6 from Jamari Glasker. Glasker's 2nd interception as a Terp. Now Maryland's offense though plays with the lead for the first time today. Yeah, the story in this game, Ryan, has really just been kind of a handful of explosive plays and pretty much nothing else offensively. UCLA had that 55-yard touchdown, but Maryland's only source of points outside of that field goal is a pick 6. Terps have a 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Malik Washington takes a snap, hands it off in shotgun to DeJuan Williams, who tries to bounce it to the right side. Instead, swallowed up by the defensive line of UCLA. First one to get to him is Siale Topaki for his 2nd tackle. It's no gain, brings up 2nd and 10. Maryland's offense has been stagnant. Just a first quarter field goal to show offensively. 2nd and 10 into the pistol formation. DeJuan Williams directly behind Malik Washington. Shotgun, takes the snap, makes the handoff to Washington, or Williams throws it to the right side. It's Octavian Smith Jr. catching it at the line to gain, bounces off one defender, and scampers out of bounds after a gain of about 2. I'll call it just a single yard instead. 3rd and 9 now from Maryland's 21-yard line. Terps do not have to get off another snap in the third quarter. Yeah, that was a really interesting play. I think if Ock just went down there, it would have ruled forward progress, and he picks up like 3 or 4 yards. Instead, he works backwards and then is shoved out of bounds, so it's just 1. And so now you get another 3rd and long to start off the next quarter.
That's exactly what will happen. Maryland will let the 3rd quarter clock expire. The Terps do have a 3-point lead, and this is a big drive if Maryland can piece together the right way and potentially take a 2-score advantage. Maryland 10, UCLA 7 after 3 quarters of play. A big 3rd and 9 upcoming at the other end of this break where the 4th quarter will begin, and Daniel Stein will take over on play-by-play. We appreciate you so much for tuning us in and being with us here in Pasadena, California. Talk to you in a moment.
A nice light show here in Pasadena. They turned off all the lights, started blasting Tupac, and the fans did the rest, turning on their flashlights. A nice showing here as the Golden State has been very welcoming to these two, one Midwestern kid and an East Coast kid here from Maryland on WMUC. 10-7, Maryland ahead of the Bruins. Mike Loxley has talked about in the past couple of weeks just finishing games, and this is a big inflection point in the Terps season. Can they finally get something going and win the 4th quarter?
They simply just need to find a way to get it done, Daniel. You looked at these 2 last games for Maryland as California Love plays in the background and serenades us into the final 15 minutes of play. The 2 losses most recently for Maryland, 4-point loss to Washington, 3-point loss to Nebraska, where Maryland was leading the final 4 minutes of each of those games. Because in the 4th quarter of those last 2 games, Maryland has been outscored 31-0. Just collapses over the final frame of play. That's a sign of a good team, is being able to close out games. Maryland needs to do it now, up 10-7 over UCLA, and get its season back on track a little bit following that 4-0 start.
And it's not like Maryland has played with a lead for very long. In that Washington game, they were up by 20 points. In that Nebraska game, they led deep into the 4th quarter. This game, they didn't lead until late in the 3rd when Jamari Glasker picked off Nico Iamaliava and returned it for a touchdown. But now the Terps offense has the ball here. The game is in the hands of their freshman QB, Malik Washington. As the break fades out, the lights turn back on, and it's 3rd down and 9. Terps come out in a shotgun set. They got to get to the UCLA 30. Washington motions his running back out. Empty set, Williams motions back in. Claps his hands, faces a 3-man rush. Malik looks for a pass, finds one. DeJuan Williams makes the catch. He is well short of the 1st down. Good job by UCLA wrapping up Williams, who's been slippery in this game. And the Terps will be forced to punt here in the opening seconds of the 4th.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that either, how going to the 4th quarter, Maryland struggled in that final frame, but that was a 3rd and 9 that Maryland had right coming up to that play. So they go with DeJuan Williams. He's got a team-high 6 catches and 11 rushing attempts in this game, but just well short. And like every drive seems to end with, here's Bryce McPherson, the Maryland punter.
It's his 6th punt of the game. Terps going from left to right in their white uniforms with the red script helmets. Fair catch called for at the 27-yard line. And so that's where the UCLA offense will start out, trailing by 3. This Maryland defense has been really good all game, but they've gotten a lot better in this second half, forcing a sack and then getting that pick 6 off Imaliava. And that's where we are. Maryland ahead 10-3 with 14:20 to go. Just getting started in this 4th quarter. As time ticks on to almost 6:50 local. Thanks for staying up with us here. As a good finish is ahead. So here are the Bruins in a shotgun set. 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right. Imaliava faces a Maryland blitz, drops back to pass, looking for something. He throws over the field. It's deflected and incomplete. There is a flag on the play right near the 40-yard line. This might be on the Terps. It's called against Jaden Ships, a holding, so that gives UCLA a new set of downs here. Ball will be spotted now at the 38. Clock stopped here at 14:15. Terps penalties have followed them around this whole season. And that one not too timely. 1st down and 10. Atimalala goes in motion. Here's the handoff, bouncing it to the outside is Berger, who breaks off a good run. He crosses into Maryland territory. There is a flag. He's forced out at the 30-yard line. We will check to see what that is. For now, it's a big run. This might be coming back. Big call.
As it stands now, it's a run of 34 yards. Could be coming back, though, for a holding, as so often these plays do.
So it's called on Quasi Gilmer, and that negates a big play. So you see the Terps, through their holding penalty, give up, now get a break on the penalty of their own, and the Rose Bowl crowd not happy about it.
And it's because it's not a holding, it's a block in the back that they say on Quasi Gilmer, who tried to step out of the way of Dante Joyner. Tim O'Day's crew makes that call. I don't blame UCLA fans, because it was Gilmer who just tried to get out of the way, didn't make contact with Dante Joyner, as Berger had that 34-yard run erased. It said it goes as a loss of 10 yards because of the penalty. I can see why UCLA fans would not be happy with that call.
This might be the loudest we've heard this crowd all game. Ball is now spotted at the UCLA 28. 1st down and 10. Imaliava drops back to pass, faces the pressure. Now steps up, looks to run. He's got some room. Crosses the 40 into midfield and into Maryland territory down at the 46. Big run from Nico. Flips field position, and a Maryland Terrapin is down near the 35-yard line. So a timeout. That's Bryce Jenkins down. And a lot happening on those last 3 plays, but we will step aside here. UCLA driving in Maryland territory. We'll wait to check on the injured Terp. So Bryce Jenkins walked off under his own power. So good news for the Terps, but the bad news is It's a big run for Nico. That puts UCLA in Maryland territory. It's a gain of 20 before Jalen Husky brought him down at the UMD 47. That's where we stand. 13:31 to go in this fourth quarter. Maryland ahead 10-7. The Bruins in their powder blue uniforms working from right to left. Man in motion. From the shotgun, Nico takes the snap, faces the pressure. Looking deep down the field, it's tipped up. That is a live ball and picked up by Maryland. CJ Smith was there for it. And they rule it a fumble on the field. Of course, they might take another look at it. Sidney Stewart, boy, he's had a big fourth quarter, and just looking at it on the board below the big Honda sign out there, that looked like it's going to be a fumble.
They're definitely going to review this one. You're right, Sidney Stewart came screaming off the left side. Gets to it and forces it right as Yamalieva was about to fire deep on the right post. It looked like Maryland dropped on it, so the only question is if it's an incomplete pass or a fumble, certainly not if it's recovered by Maryland. This one should stand as called on the field as a fumble recovered by the Terps.
So the fumble was forced by Sidney Stewart coming off the left edge and recovered by the freshman Carlton Smith. So they will review this. So we're in a media timeout right now, but they're also going to be reviewing it. If the call stands, Maryland would have the ball at the UCLA 48. But how about that? I mean, just a young team, so many freshmen making impacts on defense. You have Sidney Stewart, the midseason All-American, and then CJ Smith, who's had an increased role in this game after Trey Reddick was ejected, and he recovers a big fumble here.
Yeah, again, so many people, when you talk about the Maryland defense, you're going to bring up Sidney Stewart, and you're going to bring up Zahir Mathis as a freshman that has shined. But both Messiah Delhomme and C.J. Smith, the freshman from Norfolk, Virginia, who spent some time in Baltimore at St. Francis Academy, they've been huge in this game. And so far this season for Maryland into game number 7, Stewart gets there on the forced fumble. He's dancing right now on the sidelines, thinking that one will stand.
Just the consistent recruiting prowess that Mike Loxley has held in these past couple of seasons, the ability to bring in these 4 stars. It's been mostly on defense. Of course, the big exception on offense is Malik Washington. But as it stands now, this is a massive Maryland turnover. It would represent the 3rd forced in this game by Maryland. You hear the boos. It's Maryland ball. And what a play by Sidney Stewart. And so now Malik and company have a chance to build up their lead here.
It's officially going to be the first career forced fumble by Sidney Stewart. It's jumped on by D.D. Holmes for his first career fumble recovery.
13:01 to go. Terps in a shotgun set. 2 receivers on each side of Malik. UCLA shows pressure with 5. Handoff up the middle goes Nolan Ray. He gets a couple yards. It'll be 2nd and long. And now the name of the game for the Terps here. Can they just run the clock while getting down the field? There's still plenty of time in this 4th quarter. 12 minutes and 44 seconds as it continues to tick down. For a Terps team that only has 65 rushing yards, you're really going to need that rushing game here. 2nd down for Maryland. Right in the middle of that UCLA logo. Shotgun set with 3 receivers to the right. Play action. Malik still holds onto it, throws it into the middle, deflected and incomplete. He was looking for Jaleel Farouk, couldn't find him. And it's 3rd down and long. Excuse me, it was Shalik Knotts, the intended receiver. 3rd down and 8 coming up.
That's an RPO play by Malik Washington to fake the handoff, and then it was supposed to just be a slant route on the left side by Knotts. He had way more time than he thought, though. Even so, tried to force it into double coverage.
So 3rd down and 8 from the UCLA 46. Maryland is 5 of 14 on 3rd downs. Can they get a conversion here? Rose Bowl telling its fans to get loud. Pivotal play, 3rd down and 8. Malik drops back, throws off his back foot down the field. It is incomplete. He threw it into double coverage again, and the Terps are going to punt. In the middle third of the field, the Maryland offense has been completely stagnant. They were looking for Shalik Knotts, one of the 3 captains in today's game. He started out hot, but Roderick Pleasant has followed him around and just no chance to make a play on that ball.
It's another play for Washington where I think he's just trying to force something or just see if he can maybe even draw pass interference. Malik now 18 for 38. That's only a 47% completion percentage.
Another punt for Bryce McPherson here. Steps into it around the 45. Fair catch is called. And the catch is made at the 9. That's where UCLA will get it on the other side of the break. We'll step aside here as the time continues to tick down. The sun is starting to go down, and a good finish is in store. Maryland ahead by 3 on WMUC Sports. Welcome back to the Rose Bowl here as the UCLA fans have stayed for what has been a low-scoring but tight affair. 10-7, Maryland ahead with 12:10 to go in the 4th quarter. Something that's just been so interesting, this has been a defensive battle. These teams have combined to go 10 of 27 on 3rd downs, and when you look at first downs, Maryland has 12, UCLA has 11. Want to guess what the average amount of first downs that Maryland has every game? This is one of the offenses that's in the lower echelon of the Big Ten. They average 20 first downs a game, and they're at 12 right now.
Oh my gosh.
That is the state of play that we're in right here. This is textbook defensive ball right here. And UCLA just trying to change that after turning the ball over on its last drive. Sidney Stewart, the freshman from Maryland, continues to impress. He was able to strip the ball away from Nico Iamaliava. The Terps offense went 3 and out, and UCLA's offense takes over at the 10. Shotgun set for Nico, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Nico's going to hand it off. 2 receivers in the backfield, 2 running backs in the backfield, but this play goes nowhere. That was Jalen Husky in for the tackle. Clock under 12 minutes to go. And once again, just Maryland has pummeled this UCLA offense, specifically in that second half. As now we get a timeout on the field, and boy, that's Daniel Wingate down, and this is one of the guys you really don't want to see on the ground for the Terps.
Yeah, the team leader in tackles, someone who's become such a leader for Maryland this year, the junior out of Bowie. Being treated to by Maryland athletic training staff. Of course, there's game captains every week, but when you want to talk about the captain of this Maryland defense, the only Terp to be a game captain twice so far this season, it's Daniel Wingate, who looks like he's being tended to on his right leg.
Wingate in this game, 9 tackles. It includes half a sack, 1.5 tackles for loss, and a QB hit. He is now up to his feet and will walk off with some help from the trainers, but this is a guy who was named to the Butkus watch list ahead of this season. And you just see him on the field. I mean, for one, he's a big dude. He's 6'5", 250, and he runs better than half of the defensive backs on our team. And you'll see him just flying from sideline to sideline, a very prototypical middle linebacker. But the Terps are going to have to go without him for at least a play here.
He's second in the Big Ten with over 60 tackles. Second to only UCLA's John Vaughn. So he's been all over the field. He's been healthy so far this season, too, hoping that Daniel's okay.
So second down and 10 with 11:41 to go in this game. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, 1 running back in the backfield. Yamaliava drops back to pass, finds his tight end, who's upended at the 16. This will make third down more manageable. Good to see Hudson Habermel back in the game. Dante Joyner brings him down. It's going to set up third and short here. 11 minutes and change left to go. 3rd and 3 from the 17. Terps bring 3. Play action. Yamaliava rolls out. Hit as he throws. It is hauled in. Brought down at the 35 is Ati Malala. He has been the main target in this game for UCLA. He picks up his 4th catch, and this one a big one. It'll move the chains.
Yeah, Maryland sent 6 with the delayed safety blitz of Jalen Husky, but that was the most impressive throw that we've seen out of Yamaliava so far today. Takes the contact from Husky, finds Mokiao Ati Malala, and gets a gain of 17 yards.
Ball spotted at the UCLA 34. 1st down and 10. Terps bring pressure again. Yamaliava throws down the far sideline. It is incomplete. He was looking towards Quasi Gilmer. He couldn't haul it in. Coverage by Jamari Glasker. And it's 2nd down and 10. Gilmer in this game, 3 catches for 40 yards. Would have been his 4th. Couldn't bring it in. 2nd down.
I like the pressure that Maryland's defense is bringing right now. Ted Monachino, the first-year defensive coordinator that we haven't mentioned at all today, but we deservedly should for a Maryland defense that's held UCLA to just 7 points. The former defensive coordinator with the Indianapolis Colts most recently. He's been great so far in finding ways to make Yamaliava uncomfortable. I like the usage of a QB spy, too, to keep the mobile Nico in the pocket.
2nd down and 10. From the 34, Yamaliava drops back to pass. Good protection this time. He throws, and that ball is caught. He fits it in 2 defenders and finds Ati Malala again. This time, it will put him in Maryland territory. TMA from Iwa Beach, Hawaii has been fantastic in this game. He's running a little out route, able to get the ball past Braden Lee.
Yeah, last week he only had a single catch for a 12-yard touchdown against Michigan State. Now Mokiao Ati Malala up to a team-high 4 catches for 69 yards.
That last pass for 20 yards and a flag here. Terps are pointing towards UCLA. We'll check the call. Ball might be on the center, Sam Yoon, who flinched. So we'll set UCLA 5 yards back.
And again, it's UCLA who's losing that penalty battle pretty severely. 8 penalties to Maryland's 3.
1st down and 15 from the UCLA 49. Nico hands it off right up the middle and getting a good push to the Maryland 45. This will make it 2nd down and short. Nazir Taylor makes the tackle, the freshman out of Sweetland, Maryland. Just another one of those key guys who, they're just seeing playing time right upon stepping on campus. And Taylor, who's battled injuries this season, making his presence felt. It was worth knowing that on that pick 6 play, Ian Thomas was hurt. So maybe the reason why Taylor into this game more frequently. 2nd down and 10. Yamaliava looking for somewhere to go. He was dragged, but continues to run and puts up a good gain, about 8 yards, spiraling forward to the 38. This will set up 3rd and short. Jalen Husky brought him down, and the pocket collapsed, but Nico just used all 6'6" of him to get across the field.
Yeah, just a gain of 7 to set up a 3rd and 3, but that's what you set a QB spy if you're Maryland. That time Monachino sends 4, and Ati Malala, or instead it's Yamalevo, just runs up the middle.
3rd and 3 from the 39. Nico hands it off up the middle, no gain. There are a couple running backs in that backfield. In the end, it was Berger whose name was called, but he's not able to make the play, and UCLA is going to opt to kick a field goal here, or at least right now they are. Crowd here at the Rose Bowl does not like it, but this would tie the game here, and it would be Mateen Bagani.
56-yarder for Bagani here. If he can convert, would be his season long.
He's hit from 57 in his career. Pivotal play right here. Snap is good, hold is good. Kick on the way, it's a line drive, veering, and he did not get it. So Jerry Neuheisel and Tim Skipper rolled the dice. It doesn't work. Bagani comes up short.
That one had the distance. It was just the far left side. So Bagani now make him 0 for 2 on field goals, or 0 for 1 on field goals so far today after he went and tried to fake out Maryland in that first half. But this Maryland defense has survived the distance, coming from College Park over to California. This has been the best defensive performance we've seen from Maryland so far this year.
Against the UCLA offense that has put up a combined 80 points in its last 2 games. They have held them in check, not only in the second half, but in this game. UCLA has nearly 300 total yards, but only 7 points to show for it, just on a 55-yard touchdown. We'll step aside here for the media timeout and be back for the final 7 minutes, 39 seconds of this one. Maryland still ahead of UCLA by 3. Well, if you're picking up on our crowd mics, a familiar song for you Terps fans, Thunderstruck, playing, albeit a couple clicks faster here as the Rose Bowl trying to get its fans pumped up. Maryland will take the ball at their own 38, still up by 3. Check in on your passing stats for the freshman QB, Malik Washington. 18 of 38 for 177 yards. Less than 50% of his passes have been completed, but that big number, 38 times Malik has chucked the ball today.
He's a true freshman, right? Local product, one of the highest ranked recruits that Maryland's seen in some time. But he's been not only placed in this game in the season as a starting quarterback, but they ask him to do so much. Now, in 6 of 7 games so far this year, Washington's had at least 34 passing attempts. They're really relying on him, if not over-relying on Washington to win games offensively with his arm. Again, that's 38 pass attempts today to just 21 rushing attempts for this Maryland offense.
And one reason why he might be throwing the ball so much is because the Terps only have 67 rushing yards in this game. But the Terps up by 3, but too close for comfort. What can they do on offense? Shotgun set for Malik and company, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. UCLA shows pressure. It's a first down handoff to DeJuan Williams. He bounces it to the outside, crosses midfield, and is shoved out of bounds. Well done by the Terps on first down to move the chains. DeJuan Williams has been really impressive in this game, mostly out of the backfield as a receiver. That time he picks up a sizable gain on first down.
Goes for a gain of 13 yards to DeJuan Williams, who, you're right, is having his best game of the season on the heels of Nolan Ray's best game a week ago.
First down and 10 out of the eye, quick snap. Williams navigates and works up to the 44 of UCLA. It'll be a gain of 3 or so. But DeJuan Williams has been more of the featured back this season. You kind of thought it was going to be Nolan Ray, but in the end, Dewan has gotten more touches.
Yeah, Ray coming off a career high 11 rushes for 62 yards against Nebraska a week ago. There's still no one favorite between Dewan Williams and Nolan Ray showing their face so far 7 games into this season.
Shotgun set for the Terps. Jalil Farouk on the bottom. They're going to motion in Octavian Smith. Malik takes the snap with good protection, throws over middle. It's incomplete. Maybe we'll rule that a drop for Jalil Farouk coming over the middle, but it was a high pass. And wouldn't you know, it's another 3rd down.
They certainly should rule out the drop on Farouk. Goes off his hands, and Robert Stafford was in coverage, but nowhere close to Farouk, who's going to come off for this play.
I mean, that's a high ball, but it's a catchable ball for the Oklahoma transfer. 3rd down and 6 from the UCLA 45. Can the Terps put together a drive to potentially put this game on ice? They motion Williams to the outside and put him back in. UCLA brings pressure. Washington throws off his back foot. It's caught by A.J. Szymanski, who picks up a minimal gain, maybe 2 or 3 yards before Martin brings him down. And there is another Terp injured on the play. That's Alan Haran, the right tackle, who is now up. But now what do you do here? The Terps have been pretty conservative on 4th down, but it looks like they are going to punt again. Wow.
We do need to give Bryce McPherson credit so far today, right? 7 punts and 5 have been inside the 20. He's been great for Maryland. The problem is we're just saying his name too much, as this will be his 8th punt to tie a season high.
4th and 6, McPherson the punt again. This is a good one. Inside the 10, can the Terps get to it? They can't. Goes into the end zone for a touchback, and so Nico Imaliava and company will have 5:40 to go and try to put together a drive. They're going to have to go 80 yards here, but with the way this Terps defense has been playing, Mike Loxley is going to rely on the defense. We'll take a quick break here on WMUC Sports and be back for the final 5 minutes from Pasadena. UCLA's offense will take the field in just a moment in the final 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this one. Thanks for spending your Saturday night with us on WMUC Sports. Daniel Stein alongside Ryan Martin for what has been a slow game, but Maryland yet again late in the 4th quarter is leading. And we've talked about the turnovers all game. Coming into this one, Maryland had 3 pick-sixes on the season. That was the most since 2018. Now they've added a 4th in this one, courtesy of Jamari Glasker, and that now puts them the first time they've had 4 pick-sixes since 2010. Truly a once-in-a-decade performance for the Terps so far this season. The They got to hold strong for 5 more minutes as Imaliava and company are lurking. They're going to have to go 80 yards here to try to tie or take the lead in this one. They will start out of the huddle here on 1st and 10. The sun has set in Los Angeles. The mountains, which now overlook this stadium, completely pitch black. 1st down and 10. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Quick pass, wide open. Caught for the 1st down and tackled at the 35 is Mikey Matthews making the catch. Haven't seen him much today. Messiah Delhomme brought him down. It's enough to move the chains. Good for a gain of 15 or so. New set of downs for UCLA. Imaliava takes the snap, faces a 4-man pressure. Looking deep down the field for Matthews again. It is incomplete. There's the flag. It's going to be on Dante Joyner. This will give them another 15 yards if it is DPI. Dante Joyner has been penalized in sometimes the most difficult of points in this game. He had a big penalty called against him in Washington that was ruled an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after he did the seatbelt celebration after he forced an incompletion on the goal line. That later led to a Washington touchdown. He was flagged here again at an inconvenient time. 1st down and 10, Terps bring pressure. Nico looking for a pass down the field. It is incomplete. He was looking for Ati Malala again, but this time it's thrown into the stands. 2nd down and 10 from the UCLA 45. .506 left in this 4th quarter. Imaliava in this game, 16 of 26, 157 yards, 2 interceptions, and a fumble lost. A guy who was a 5-star quarterback, started out in the SEC, came back home from Long Beach. Imaliava looking to pass, incomplete. Off the hands of Rico Flores. And it falls incomplete. Jamari Glasker in coverage. 3rd down and 10 coming up here.
It goes back to Jaleel Farouk with Maryland, where on a 2nd down, you should have a completion. Instead, it just goes off the hands of one of your better receivers and sets up a 3rd and long. I think that one should have brought in by Flores Jr.
What does Jerry Neuheisel have in the bag here? 5:04 to go. And equally on defense, what will Ted Monachino cook up? Terps show pressure, shotgun set. Imaliava drops back, faces the pressure. He's decked as he throws. It's tipped by a Maryland defender and incomplete. That was almost intercepted. It almost went right into the hands of Messiah Delhomme. Instead, it falls to the ground. There's another Terp down. Around the 32-yard line, that's Dante Joyner. So we will take another timeout to check on an injured player. This has been kind of a reoccurring thing, but of course, this tends to happen when you travel across the country. You're thrown off. The Terps are 3 hours behind where they usually are. And so we will take a quick break as the Terps tend to their injured corner. So the break, a short one. Dante Joyner might be cramping. He popped right up and hobbled to the sidelines. And so for UCLA, a pivotal moment, not able to get it done on 4th down. But the offense is staying out there. 4th down and 10 from their own 49, a big play with 4:59 to go in this one. Maryland up 10-7. 4-man blitz. Imaliava with all day, throws over the field, caught! Hit hard at the 35. This will draw a penalty. A massive pickup and conversion for the Bruins. Jalen Husky delivered the hit on Quasi Gilmer. And we might see our 2nd targeting penalty.
targeting on Jalen Husky. And not only that, Daniel, but he needs some help getting off the field with athletic training staff. That was a big hit. You mentioned with the targeting, could be helmet to helmet between Maryland's Husky and UCLA's Gilmer. Goes as a completion for 16 yards plus the 15-yard penalty that they're going to take a look at right now.
And 2 targeting penalties in one game. We saw this in Wisconsin. We saw it against Washington with Sidney Stewart getting ejected. Then you see 3 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on the Terps over the course of the Nebraska game. And here we are in another review. I mean, there's only 4 minutes left in this game. If they rule it ultimately to be targeting, then Husky would miss the first half of the next game.
Hosting Indiana the day after Halloween. Remember, you got the bye next week.
And Jalen Husky, one of the big leaders on this team. As you mentioned, he's a local kid from Frederick.
They confirmed the targeting. Jalen Husky, who you don't know if he would have even been healthy enough to keep playing in this game. He's on the sidelines being tended to in the tent right now. They do say that Husky was caught for targeting on the 16-yard completion to Gilmer. He's out for the first half of the game 2 weeks from today against now number 3 Indiana. That's a loss all around. But you got to get back into this right now because for the first time today, UCLA is in the red zone.
Ball is exactly at the Maryland 20. Clock now running at 4:45. Shotgun set for Nico and company. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And they opt to hand it off. Right up the middle, Berger almost broke it. He took it to the 14-yard line. A solid gain on first down. It is now 2 Maryland players, 2 Maryland starters that have been tossed from this game. So next man up for the Terps. Second down. Yamaliava hands it off, but running right into the teeth of the defense this time and going nowhere is Berger. A little bit of extracurriculars after the play.
They'll sort out the extracurriculars. Doesn't look like there's going to be any penalty on the play for any of that. But Daniel, when you talk about the changes after these last 2 losses and where Maryland learns this is identical situation. Terps up 1 score with under 4 minutes to play. A Maryland team that's been outscored 31-0 across the last 2 fourth quarters and change. When you want to see change, this is where it needs to be right now in moments like this to show something you didn't show the last 2 weeks.
Indeed, 3:40 to go in this one. 3rd down and 4 from the 14. Imaliava drops back, faces the pressure, throws over the middle. It is caught! UCLA ahead. Mikey Matthews darts over the middle and scores to make it 13-10. Bruins pull through.
Matthews' first touchdown of the season. The transfer from Cal has his first one as a Bruin. It was Delhomme in coverage, but when Maryland sends the blitz, Yamaliava has the comfortability to get it out, and he has a perfect ball to the back left pylon.
Just a deep cross over the middle. He's able to beat his defender, and Pagani will attempt a big extra point. Kick is up. Kick is good. 14-10 as the smoke from the fireworks descends upon the Rose Bowl. Another potential Maryland victory is being clouded here with 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go. But Malik Washington, the true freshman quarterback, who everyone has raved about how beyond his years he plays the game of football, will have a chance to respond here. This Terps offense that has been dormant in this game. You know, they're playing the Bruins. We saw the Bear statue a couple days ago, but it's been the Terps offense that's been in hibernation this entire game.
It has been. You look at the stats again. Washington 9 for 40 for 179 yards. That only touchdown on an 8-yard pick 6 by Jamari Glasker. So finally, it only took us 56 minutes into this game, but we see an offensive, we see a second touchdown, I should say, for UCLA. There was the first one in the 55-yard run. But UCLA just made a couple of those big plays and has that 14-yard touchdown pass most recently to Mikey Williams.
So Pagani to kick it away. Iverson Howard back deep. Terps have 3 minutes and 33 seconds to make one final push at a road win. Iverson Howard back deep for Maryland. Pagani kicks this one right to the heels of the goal line. Iverson will bring it out. And he does not go far. Across the 10 to the 13 before he's spun back around. This is now the loudest we've seen the Rose Bowl in this game. 3:28 on the clock for Malik Washington and the Terps offense.
I like the freshman Howard trying to do something, but it backfires completely. Ty Lee in special teams coverage gets to him down at Maryland's 14-yard line. He gets to celebrate the tackle with the UCLA student section in the back far end zone. Now the word's cut out for Maryland and Malik Washington with 3.5 to play.
UCLA just trying to win its third in a row. Terps trying to deny that. Williams motions into the backfield. Shotgun set from Malik. A quick screen pass. Octavian Smith Jr. makes the catch, advances past the 20 to the 21. Good first down gain for the Terps. They'll set up second down and short as the clock continues to roll. 3:16 to go. Terps going with the no-huddle offense. It's second down and 3 on the Maryland 21. Terps have to go 79 yards, and they need a touchdown. Washington in the shotgun. Drops back, still looking. Over the middle, it is incomplete. Now intercepted. Picked off by Scooter Jackson. And that could all but write a finish to this one. He was looking for Caleb Webb. And Jackson will go the length of the field to celebrate. Washington, who has took really good care of the ball in this game, just did not put good accuracy on that last pass. And it was behind Webb for an interception. Clock is stopped at 2:56. UCLA will take a minute to celebrate, but now if you're Maryland, the defense, it's already pretty tired in this game. You have to make a stop, and you can't give up a touchdown here. A field goal would make it a 7-point game. The Terps do have all their timeouts. First down and 10. Imaliava hands it off. Berger goes nowhere. Ball is spotted around the Maryland 20.
How about after nearly 7 full games, that's the first interception for UCLA all season long. Scooter Jackson gets to it in that big moment. Third pick thrown this season by Malik Washington. This Rose Bowl is electric with UCLA on the heels of its third consecutive win following an 0-4 start to the season.
Jackson, a great story, a junior from Compton, transferred over from Utah Tech where he started every game he played, but he missed 2023 in its entirety with an injury. And now with the Bruins, he has made the most significant play of the game thus far. It's a false start on UCLA. That will push them further back. We'll set up second down and long here from close to the 25.
And finishing off that interception, I think that ball was in a really tough position thrown by Malik Washington, but it's an interception because it goes off the hands of Caleb Webb. He was reaching behind him, but he tips it right up directly, and Jackson just camps under it like he's waiting for a punt to fall into his arms.
Second down and 15 on the Maryland 25. Shotgun set for the Bruins. Imaliava takes the snap. It's a play fake. They get it underneath to Flores, and he doesn't go anywhere. So UCLA playing with fire a bit. If that ball falls incomplete, it stops the clock. It's essentially a free timeout. Now we get a stoppage. And we will get a timeout on the field. We are not at the 2-minute timeout yet. It's still at 2:10.
They're even going to put 2 seconds back on the clock after, so 2:12, meaning Maryland can stop the clock 3 more times, right? But if you're looking, UCLA only up by 4, so a Mateen field goal could make it a 17-10 lead for the Bruins. Maryland's defense has made plays all day long. They showed signs of being of realism maybe on the 14-yard touchdown, the last drive to Williams, but not over yet. Yeah, a stop like this and all the momentum being on UCLA's side does not help.
So it's going to be a 3rd and 14 on the other side of the timeout. Ball is at the UMD 24, I should say. Just to clarify, it was the Terps that used their first timeout. They now have 2, and they have the 2-minute warning. 4th down, 14 to 10. UCLA ahead in this one. Maryland got out on the board first from a field goal. UCLA responded with a touchdown. And after Maryland took back the lead on the Jamari Glasker pick 6, UCLA answered with a long drive, resulting in a touchdown reception from Mikey Matthews. Got to hold him here. 3rd and 14. Imaliava drops back to pass. He looks short. Watch out from behind. He was just able to get it away as Sidney Stewart came off the edge once more. And Nico is still down. Boy, this is not something you want to see for a UCLA fan or just a fan of college football in general.
Imaliava is favoring that left knee, and he's shaking up and down in pain on the field by the far numbers.
So we will take a break here as they tend to their quarterback. 2:09 to go in this one. UCLA up 14 to 10 over the Terps. So good to see Nico walking off, but gingerly at that. It's 4th down anyway. He's getting help from a trainer and a player as UCLA gets ready to kick a field goal. They'll bring Bagani out. He's already missed today, but that was a field goal close to 55 yards. So as Nico walks off, we'll wait for the referee's signal. It's going to be a 42-yarder. So not a chip shot. Terps will have time, regardless of the result, to try to tie the game. They'll have the 2-minute timeout as well. Here's the kick on 4th down. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up. And Bagani hammered that one. 17 to 10. UCLA adds a field goal. So, as our buddy Michael Howes, who writes for the Diamondback, pointed out, Malik Washington, for the 3rd consecutive week, is going to have a chance to take his team down the field and try to tie up this game.
This is what it's all about. This is why you want to be a starting quarterback at a Big Ten school, making trips across the country with an opportunity to do something. I just challenged the Maryland defense, and on that play afterwards, it's a 14-yard touchdown to Mikey Williams. The defense can't respond after it's done its job and then some through the last 3.5 quarters of play. Maryland's offense with Malik Washington has to show something now. 2 minutes, 4 seconds to go. And only using one timeout as well, you got to add 2 on that drive for UCLA that resulted in a field goal.
So they'll kick it away. Depending on where this ball goes, this could be the final play of the 2-minute warning. Bagani on that last kickoff did a really good job of not putting the ball in the end zone, but making Howard field the kick basically with his feet on the line. Makes it really difficult to judge where that ball's going to go. They'll kickoff with 2:04 remaining. I'd be surprised if Iverson Howard brings this ball out. Magani hammers it away. Iverson Howard lets this one go through the end zone for a touchback. And so the Terps will have one play before the 2-minute timeout, but 2 minutes and 4 seconds to try to tie this game up.
2 weeks ago was an incompletion on 4th down to Octavian Smith Jr. Last week, it was intentional grounding, then 4th down miss, incompletion to Dorian Fleming. That all goes away for true freshman quarterback Malik Washington. If here, so far away from home, he can get it done against UCLA.
What does Mike Loxley say after every week? We are defined in the present. Well, here is the present. Can the Terps make a comeback? It starts at the 20 with a shotgun set. They motion Williams to the outside. Washington alone in the backfield. Right to left takes the snap. Short rush from UCLA. Washington steps up, looks to run. He passes the 15, passes the 20, and up past the 25. He's got a first down. That will take us to the 2-minute timeout here with 1:57 to go. Big run from Malik Washington. He picks up nearly 20 yards, and that gets the Terps a new set of downs. So that's where we will take a quick break here, but a good finish ahead. It's been a close game all the way through, and now the Terps trying to make a comeback. Stay tuned for the final 1 minute and 57 seconds here on WMUC Sports. Well, the lights just went out here at the Rose Bowl Stadium. It's another elaborate light show, so don't worry, it's no Super Bowl 47 stuff right here. But the Terps gonna have to fight through all this momentum in their face right here. They're down by 7, 17-10. UCLA is ahead. The Terps will have it at their own 36. Where Malik Washington, after rushing for a first down, will try to guide his Terps close to tying it up. Thanks for joining us here on WMUC Sports. Our lone trip out west this season, and it has been an interesting game to say the least. Daniel Stein alongside Ryan Martin for the call here. Terps start out 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set for Malik. He's got 1 running back next to him. Here we go, first down and 10 from the 36. Washington looks right to left, claps his hands 3 times and takes the snap. He looks to throw. Underneath, caught by DeJuan Williams. He crosses the 40 up to the 45 where he heads out of bounds. They're going to mark him down at the 45. Good first down gain. Be second down and short coming up with the clock stopped at 1:52.
That's the kind of plays you have to do. If Malik Washington is consistently looking for DeJuan Williams out of the backfield, that's about as good of a gain as you can ask for. 9 yards on first down and getting out of bounds with 1:52 to play.
It's his 8th catch of the game for 86 yards. It includes a 41-yard scamper back in the third quarter. 2nd down and 1 at their own 45. Washington motions out Williams. Empty set, UCLA only brings 3. Deep drop for Malik. He's looking far down the field in single coverage. It's incomplete. He was looking for Shalik Knotts, who wanted a flag. It was Roderick Pleasant in coverage, and the Oregon transfer stands up. So now it's 3rd down and 1. Terps just need a yard here to keep the chains moving.
Love the shot play on 2nd and 1. That's a free down to see if you can pick up 25 plus, which that pass would have gone for. Again, it's Washington just throwing into great coverage again on Knotts. Pleasant has been one of the defensive players of the game so far for the Bruins.
3rd and 1. UCLA shows pressure. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 1 running back in the backfield. They will hand it off. Williams got the 1st down, and a little more as he keeps pushing. He is just south of UCLA territory. They mark him down at the 49, gain of 4, and that moves the chains. The clock will stop momentarily because of the new set of downs. It stopped at 1:40. Now it winds. Shotgun set on 1st down. Washington off his back foot. That ball is complete to Octavian Smith Jr. for a 3-yard gain. Clock is stopped with 95 seconds left. Ock, one of the veteran receivers on this team, a senior who's been with the Terps all 4 years. They're actually going to rule he was out of bounds on that last play. It's 2nd down and 10 from the Maryland 49. Shotgun set, they motion in Ock. UCLA shows blitz, but they pull it back. Washington against a 3-man rush. He looked deep, now he steps up to run. Malik's got a lot of room. He's past the 40, past the 35 to the 30. Malik's still going with it, and he's hit out of bounds at the 10. We'll see if he stepped out. We talked about all game how Malik needed to use his legs more, and he does on that big play. They're gonna mark him around the 20 where he stepped out of bounds. Big run there from Malik Washington.
Tying a season long for Maryland with a 28-yard rush, courtesy as well of an incredible downfield block by DeJuan Williams. He sat down Cole Martin, gave his quarterback a couple extra yards to run. This is what Malik Washington needs now. Is set with 84 seconds to play.
On the heels of the red zone, timeout is called. Tim Skipper will use one of his 3. Maryland, as a reminder, still has 2 left. And so now both teams will just have 2. And Tim Skipper, a guy who graduated from Fresno State, he's a defensive-minded coach. And this is not his first time as the interim. He was the interim coach for basically the entire season at Fresno State last year. He took him to a bowl game in 2024. He's won a bowl game before. Won the New Mexico Bowl in 2023. Guy who's been around the block all out west doing his work. And in his 2nd month now as the interim head coach, he uses one of his timeouts. Ball is at the UCLA 23, 1st down and 10. Maryland down by 7 with 1:24 to go in this game. Terps trying to stop a 2-game losing streak. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. They motion Williams in. 1st and 10, Washington drops back to pass. UCLA brings 4. Washington wants it all in the end zone. Incomplete, looking for Knotts, who stopped at the 1. 2nd down after the incompletion. It was Jordan in coverage. And so the Terps will have to get one in the end zone here. No alternative, down by a score.
This is insane. Shalik Knotts, 3 catches for 54 yards, 3 catches on 14 targets being looked at all so far today, but UCLA secondary has been ready.
A former 4-star recruit had an offer from Alabama and Tennessee. He came to Maryland instead. 2nd and 10, Washington faces an extra man. He throws over the middle, that ball's caught. Making the catch is Fleming, who is brought down at the 16. So a good gain. It'll set up 3rd down. And this has been the Terps' issue all game. 6 of 17 on 3rd down are the Terps. And now in the red zone, they're going to need to make something happen. Clock continues to run here. 53 seconds and counting. 3rd down and 4. Washington takes the snap. Rolls right. looking for somebody open, facing the pressure. Washington just throws it. It is incomplete. There's a flag down. Octavian Smith caught it, but was Malik over the line when he threw that ball?
UCLA's sideline thinks so. Washington went down as if he was the runner and then tried to pass again. Here's Tim O'Day.
So it's actually defensive holding, and it gives the Terps a first down. I think everybody in the room might have thought that was ineligible thrower, but it's actually holding on Andre Jordan, and it spots the Terps inside the 10.
It goes half a distance, so it's now a 1st and goal from the 8 for Maryland.
A drive that started at the 25, now at the UCLA 8. 44 seconds to go. Man in motion, Washington takes the snap. Looking left, throwing into the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown. Jalil Farouk. And the Terps an extra point away from tying the game. Washington had good protection, and what a way for Jalil Farouk to score his first Maryland touchdown. A guy who was all-conference in the SEC at Oklahoma. He comes back, the Lanham, Maryland native, and he comes through in the clutch. But the work is not done yet because Sean O'Hare has to make an extra point that would tie the game. Just a typical extra point. Terps need it. Good snap, good hold. O'Hare's kick is good. We are tied 17-17, and the Terps go 9 plays, 75 yards in under 90 seconds. But UCLA still has time. But will it be Nico Imaliava on the other side of the break? We will have to find out, but a whole new ball game with 40 seconds to go, 17-all from the Rose Bowl. So no media timeout. The Terps will kick it away. But still time for UCLA. They have 40 seconds and they have 2 timeouts. And so Nico Imaliava, who was hurt on that last series, we'll see if he is the quarterback to start things off. Here's the kick away from Noyes. It's a short one. This is going to be fielded at the 11-yard line by the Bruins. Taken past the 25 to the 28. And there is Nico. Does a couple of bunny hops and gets ready. He's got 35 seconds to try to get his team in field goal range after the Terps led a 75-yard drive to tie the game. Imaliava in this game has turned the ball over 3 times, but he does have a touchdown that put the Bruins up before Malik Washington drove his team down and tied it up. 17-all. Boy, what a trip to the West Coast this has been. Imaliava drops back, looking down the field. His pass is tipped and incomplete. UCLA wants a flag. They are not going to get one. 2nd down and 10 with 31 ticks to go.
Yeah, it looked like the pass was intended for Titus Mokiao Atimalala with Levon Scruggs in coverage. They got tripped up, and Scruggs looked like he just tackled Moki Atimalala with the pass nowhere in the area. No flag on the play. They'll just call it an incomplete pass down to 31 seconds.
At the UCLA 27. Terps show 3 on the rush. Shotgun set. Nico drops back. Terps bring 4 on a delayed blitz. Underneath, ball is caught. Past the 30, Atimalala. He's tackled at the 41. Enough to move the chains. Tim Skipper will use a timeout. 24 seconds to go. Sidney Stewart finally brought Titus down, and he has been the main target tonight for Nico, his 5th catch of the game. So both teams will get a brief break here. But boy, for Maryland, you can't give that much more. Need about 30 yards here for UCLA to feel comfortable taking a kick.
Yeah, as a reminder for the kicker, Mateen Bagani, who so far today is 1 for 2. He missed what would be a season-long 56-yarder. Does have a 54-yard make so far this year, which means that it was on that drive, UCLA got it down to the 36-yard line. So if UCLA can get it to 35-36, that would be the distance that you'd need for the junior kicker, Bagani.
It's about 25 yards from where they are now at the 41 with 24 seconds left, 1 timeout. Tie game at 17. Imaliava takes the snap. Terps bring pressure. In the shotgun, he throws down the field. It is hauled in. At the 41-yard line, it's Titus Mokiao Atimalala again. And that flips the field position. And now UCLA can taste it. They're close to field goal range. Not a sure thing just yet. But Nico dials up a great pass. And the ball now spotted at the Terps 40.
19-yard pitch and catch to Mokiao Atimalala onto Maryland's side of the field.
Shotgun set for Nico. 2 receivers on each side. Do they opt to run the ball? They do. Up the middle, Frias. He's got a first down and more, and he's tackled, still going at the 5. They'll stop the clock before it runs again. And UCLA can basically just run this ball down if they wanted to.
Frias had his first touchdown as a Bruin go for 55 yards in the first half. This one goes for a 35-yard rush. Give him just 4 carries for 97 yards. And now UCLA can just let this one wind down. That was 4 seconds. They'll call that final timeout and set up just a 23-yard game-winning field goal.
UCLA has dominated time of possession in this game. 32 minutes to just the Terps 26. And now they have a chance to put this game on ice. It's been back and forth, but low scoring. Neither quarterback had been able to do much in this game. It's been a frustrating game for both QBs, but for different reasons. Malik Washington has thrown the ball 48 times in this game. He's only completed 23 passes. The other side, Imaliava has turned the ball over 3 times, got injured on the final drive, but now UCLA will look to win it.
This is the big moment for their kicker, Mateen Bagani.
He does have a game-winning field goal. It was last year against Hawaii, and he has never missed within 29 yards. 4 seconds on the clock. A chip shot for Bagani. They're going to ice him first. Mike Loxley will use one of his timeouts. The Terps are one made kick away from dropping to 4-3. They started off 4-0, won all 3 of their non-conference games, and then went on the road and to a tough environment in Madison, beat Wisconsin, and then have lost their last 2 games by a combined 7 points. The defense has showed up today. 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, 1 fumble recovery, but the offense, until the final minutes, couldn't do the same. And UCLA just looking to win their 3rd straight after letting go of their head coach. A made kick here puts them at 3-4 and a 3-1 record in Big Ten play. A short kick for Bagani to try to win it. He'll kick from around the 14. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is good. UCLA walks off the Terps 20-17. They win this one and advance to 3-4 on the season. Winners of 3 straight. A 23-yard field goal from Mateen Bagani has done the job. And the Bruins, they had to work hard for this one, but they can celebrate. Well, they are sending everyone back to their sidelines. goalposts are almost falling down. What could this be for?
Neither team has left the field yet. There's triple zeros on the clock for a 20-17 UCLA win. Here's Tim O'Day. Are they going to put a single second left on the clock? They're going to review.
So the play could be under review for, as you said, putting an extra second on the clock. And right now the clock has 1 second on it. The game clock operator has changed it to 1 second. So this game may not be over. They played the fight song, they set off the fireworks. Both teams walked onto the field.
Put 2 seconds on the game clock. So they called the timeout with 4 seconds to go. Obviously, Skipper could have called it with as few seconds left as possible. Calls it with 4 seconds, as you usually do for a game-winning field goal attempt. Usually it could take 3 to 4 seconds off the clock. It's going to be Tim O'Day and this refereeing crew that says it only takes 2 seconds off the clock, so there will be one more kickoff. And yeah, you're right, got to get the field goals set back up, everything back into play. There's a final play in this game between UCLA and Maryland.
There's already fans getting ready to leave here, as the Bruins will just kick it away. So this, for all intents and purposes, barring a touchback, would be the final play of the game. Score stands 20-17. Nico Iamaliava and the UCLA offense had 40 seconds to do some damage, potentially go out and win this game. And they have just done that, pending any miracle here from Maryland. Bagani will kick it away with 2 seconds. Iverson Howard back deep. And this would be it here, unless it is a touchback. Bagani to kick away. And it's just a line drive kick. It rolls to the 10, where Howard will pick it up. And now the game of laterals here. Thrown backwards and walloped at the 7 are the Terps. And now that will do it. So the fireworks have already been lit, but it was all but over after Bagani's kick. 20-17 as both teams will go and shake hands. They can now bring the field goals down. And that is another close conference loss for the Terps. 10 points away from potentially being 7-0. Instead, they are 4-3 on the 2025 season. We'll have to head back to the East Coast unsuccessful.
Credit to where it's due to this UCLA Bruin team. Daniel, you ask about this game back in late September where UCLA didn't have a lead in a game and an 0-4 start. You think that this one could have been a 2-touchdown win for Maryland on the road. Instead, since that 4-0 start for Maryland and the 0-4 start for UCLA, Maryland has gone winless. UCLA has gone undefeated. The Bruins now 3-4 so far on the year. Maryland drops to 4-3, and you're exactly right. Losers of 3 straight conference games by a combined 10 points. It feels like it's week in and week out. On that one, though, you had Jaleel Farouk, who looked like he could have the game-tying touchdown, maybe playing for overtime, but just a methodical drive by UCLA sets up Mateen Bagani for the game-winning field goal. This is a competitive game, and it's tough to go West Coast where East Coast teams are now 2-9 this season. But when you're right there for the 3rd consecutive week, this is a lot of questions going into Maryland's 2nd and final bye week.
And even though at first glance you may think, well, the defense lost this game by allowing that last-second field goal, allowing that big run that set up an easy attempt for Bagani. This defense forced 3 turnovers. They put 7 points on the board from a touchdown on a pick 6. And ultimately the offense took 2 trips into the red zone and only got 3 points out of it before that final Terps drive put them finally in the end zone. So questions will be asked on both sides of the ball, but the offense, especially in the late stages, think will maybe get the brunt of them. But that's going to conclude our coverage here from Pasadena. Thank you to all who stayed up with us now as it reaches 11 p.m. Maryland time. Final score from the Rose Bowl, 20-17. The Terps just come up short to UCLA and drop to 4-3 on the season. So my fantastic partner Ryan Martin, I'm Daniel Stein saying see you next week for Indiana for the homecoming game back at CQ.